my shoes, trying to get you to see things from my point of view. Close to possible. See what you relate to. I got the sauce, little nigga, so she feeling me. Pouring red and fake goals, give me energy. Keep that fake ass smile, you my enemy. Lame ass niggas can't stomach where I'm finna be. Young as hell, driving weight, made my own play. Everything that I got, I'm take a stake. I can't relate to these niggas, I think they fake. When I was down in the dirt, she ain't look my way. I ain't hanging with that man if you know the toe. Put that crime in the jail with a no nigga. When I'm doing the rest stops, that you going home. These niggas got me in my bag, got me in my zone. Bad bitch on my side, she get everything. Good weed, good head, good for everything. I don't care if we done bad, I'm switching teams. You don't compare to me, I'm A-Rod, you do bricks. As a kid, I see my mama cry a few times. At that age, that's just something you can't visualize. Broke down on her knees, let me traumatized. Too much on the line, my life I can't jeopardize. When you build like a cave, they won't take it down. It's literally too damn hard, I can't break it down. I got the shit in my hands, I can see it now. When she burn that bridge, nigga, you can't turn around. In the crib, pound money, too late. I fell in love with these bitches in that blue way. I'm a light skinned bitch, I'm a loose. You would spend your last on me, you were cool line. You won't catch me in advance, what you look like. You couldn't come around me, you will never count. Want that GLE coupe, yeah, Benz thing. Every minute count, nigga, I'm on the time frame. Cut that bitch off, make sure you're not fun. You shouldn't even have to question if she really for you. Ain't no point in arguing when I'm petty one. Bitch, I wrote that one number one, I love Dunkin'. With that back to bullshit, all this shit with nothing. Let me call my A-Rap, I got some apple products. My niggas love better than they since I'm my jealous. These hoes feeling what I'm doing, it's some niggas jealous. Let me finish stuff. I mean, everybody, that's close to the possible. You can see we no different. Oh, this is real. James, right? Take a ride with the
All right. What's up, family? We back live today with another one. Just bear with me 1 second. I'm still setting up. Let me get myself up in this chat, man, to show this face. Man, what's good, family? How y'all doing tonight, man? Back with it. Officially part 2 of the original American versus Native American culture with the extension of the connection with the Asian culture. Shout out to Big Dog, Philly OG, Samantha White, Omega Red, Ready to Learn, you know, and everybody else that's tapped in that ain't commented yet. Samaj 25, salute to you guys. So y'all know how I do, man. I just play a couple of songs, man, and then we gonna get right into it. Peace. Let me see what I want to fuck around. What I want to throw on the mix. Here we go.
Are you in the mafia?
Mind the what?
Whatever you want to call it. Organized crime.
I'm in the waste management business. Everybody immediately assumes you're mobbed up.
I'ma keep shit 100, ain't nobody gave me nothing. I'm a big wolf, I'm hungry. Most these rap niggas, they funny. Assault rifle like the monkey, camouflage like I'm hunting 30 rounds. This bitch poking, I leave nigga shit open. Got some niggas in the feds, got some niggas on parole. Michael Mary's cross a roll. Every bitch I fuck with cold. I'm like Icewood, no foe. I'm a street lord for show. Bend it over, touch your toes. I'ma throw shit on the floor. Hell yeah, I'm from Detroit, but I get love on that road. Bitches on a nigga dick knock, couldn't get a hug from them hoes. I got a face for Medusa, running through orange like hookah. Meet you, not playing here, shoot you if you bitch niggas act stupid. I know that gotta be easy, cause this life shit get hard. Fuck them hoes, fuck them cars. You gon' eat or you gon' starve. Rip my niggas, free my dogs. Gotta know who real and who fraud. This Detroit shit so small, I take my box, stick to the mall. They ain't that bitch, the realest. You ain't get money, nigga, kill it. Pussy nigga, you ain't no killer. I'm a motherfucking gorilla. Mine's with me, right or wrong. Everybody solid won't fold. We ain't falling out about hoes. That's just how this real shit go. I'ma keep shit 1,000, bitch. I'm supposed to be on the island. These niggas hate when you smile at hoes. Got so much mileage, I be sitting back just laughing. Nigga, be yourself, you an actor. Hating niggas ain't no factor. They gon' get you there, no facts. Little boy, I put that work in. Grab a button, put that work in. I'm surgical with them tools like the surgeon. My boy, you gotta edit and watch. This shit is urgent. We came up, we ain't had nothing, now we splurging. bitch, look at me now. Fam want to see me up, I bet they happy now. Hoes funny, told me no, they ain't giving at me now. One time for my niggas who ain't let me down. It'll be easy cause this life shit get hard. Fuck them hoes, fuck them cars. You gon' eat or you gon' starve. Rip my niggas, free my dogs. Gotta know who real and who fraud. This Detroit shit so small, I take my box, stick to the mall. Dang, that bitch still realest. You ain't get money, nigga, kill it. Pussy, you ain't no killer. I'm a motherfucking gorilla. Mine's what you right or wrong. Everybody solid won't fold. We ain't falling out about hoes. That's just how this real shit go.
Y'all, you feel me? We ain't falling out about nothing, family. You feel me? You feel me? Hey, you gonna eat or you gonna starve? Which one are you gonna do? I ain't starving. Don't let the skinny posture fool you. I ain't missing a good motherfucking meal. I used to be fat. But what's up, family, man? You know, man, we got another powerful one coming in tonight. We gonna go with. Hopefully, I don't get no strikes after this. It's crazy. I keep getting my shit deleted and strike, but ain't no strike on my account, man. Pay attention to that shit. Pay attention to that shit. You feel me? Hold on 1 second. You feel me? So, I got a couple of slides pulled up tonight that's going to take it step by step with the conclusion that I'm going to be coming with that, you know, I'm not willing to accept that it was multiple phenotypes in that sense on this land. You got some originals and you got people that got here by migration. We're going to show who was here before the migration over the course of these series, and we're going to show who's came here by migration, and then try to find their migration story. Because at the end of the day, when you have a migration to a location, where the fuck are those people at now? We got an answer to that. So with that being said, we're going to play one more song. Then let me get up in this chat real quick. Shout out to Dominique. Salute to you, Goddess. Shout out to Copper Color Nation. Realize TV. Shout out Alpha, man. Salute to the gods, man. So I'm going to play one more song. And then, you know, we're going to get at it, man. You feel me? So let me go and mute this camera up. Shout out to everybody. We're finna get it in.
Picture this big crib with a picket fence. Different scene doing different shit. I woke up to reality, dealing shit. Different day, it's a different risk. Big dreams, I got a list of shit. Apartment head, gotta get this shit. I'm rolling in my key.
Oh, sorry about that, family.
Kids need a Christmas gift. I'm a young black brother, already got it hard. I'm immune to the struggle. Have pops and mother still ain't get what I wanted. That God cuz looked out for me. Man, told me shit I can never forget. That's why niggas so clever as shit. Don't bring around me, you better tether your bitch before I Burberry P Coach Giuseppe kicks. And when she let me dive in, I'm Michael Phelps in that bitch. My niggas rich off flow, Johnny Depp with a 6. Niggas talking out of turn, trying to get in the mix. Niggas stop talking period to get on your shit. Stop purpose, start working, nigga, get you a shit. Niggas hungry cause they broke, better get them some chips. Not stacking like Pringles, getting long as a bridge. They heat on cause I heard the streets cold as a fridge. Gotta keep your arms around my niggas sitting in speeds. Never let that money get to your head, nigga. Sitting in my motherfucking bed, count some money the other day, man. Just thinking like, damn, fuck am I doing? I'm a rap, I'm gonna trap, you know what I'm saying? And I thought like, damn, some niggas gotta trap. Some niggas can't rap, you know what I'm saying? This shit a blessing. Might as well put my foot on these niggas' neck, man. You feel me? I got niggas dead, man. I got niggas locked up on the streets, man. It's like I saw this motherfucking flick too many times, dog. It never end well. It never end well, dog.
It never ends.
Little nigga trying to art the scenes, dog.
Never ends.
Yeah, shit, I'm gonna go another that, dog. Hey, apply pressure while I'm high as ever. While I put my cup down, shit probably nothing. Nigga, when you fall down, you gotta get up. I'm just trying to pass the ball like I'm doing chin-ups. I'm just trying to get back while I put the bins up. Give a little motivation, trying to help my mans up. Just shed a little light for the ones who feel stuck. And if I never told you nothing, nigga never give up. I got my back against the wall, trying to get some plaques on the wall. Sweet lick, and I'm back in the mall, man. I'm mathematics. Looking back at hard times and just laugh at it. Shit, time was rough, and I ain't playing no more. Cause the time was up. Delete my social media and just grind for months.
Hey, if I ain't never told you nothing, nigga, never give up. Never give up. And whatever you want to do, never give up. Realize, man, the answers is always inside of you. I can't teach you nothing. You can't teach me nothing. All we could do is go across this information. This information can't really teach us nothing. All this shit is really doing is helping us remember what's already inside of us. And that's why we've been going so hard with this shit. You feel me? We remembering what's inside of us and shit. So can't nobody teach us shit, nigga. You feel me? But with that being said, man, shout out to the gods and the goddesses of this dominion that's been granted to us by the Almighty Creator since the existence of life on this plane. Because time is infinite. So I ain't gonna use time. You feel me? I want to appreciate everybody coming out tonight. Excuse me. Damn, man. It seems like as soon as I want to start talking, should I get the hiccups and shit? Let me put this shit up. Shout out to Coffee Shop, man. Salute to you, Red. Shout out to motherfucking Brandon Rogers and Chris Jackson in the building, man. Salute to the guys, man. You feel me? We're gonna get into part 2 of the culture, you know, because everybody want to talk about culture. So, you know, man, we gonna get into the motherfucking culture. You feel me? Now, we're dealing with the cultures of the Americas. Here it is. You see civilizations and all integral points of the Americas that resembles each other, whether it be the temples down in Guatemala, Honduras, Central America, the Yucatan, down where Peru at and shit with the Incas, or down where the Olmecs at, or even up here where the Cahokia Empire at. You feel me? Queen Khalifa Palace that still sits in Malibu to this day. You feel me? Montezuma castles, you feel me? All the other great mound structures and step pyramids that resemble each other, north, south, central, and islands, and the ones that have been destroyed that they write about today because they know that they did exist, and they all has the same concept. Big, large structures with small metropolitan structures that stretch out vast into the countryside without destroying the forest. You feel me? So these are things that we see as far as building structures of the original Americans. You feel me? But they was also cultivators of the land. You feel me? They was also, what's the word I'm looking for? They was heavily melanated, and they had coarse hair. So their diet, beans, squash, and nuts. You feel me? And corn. You feel me? So we looking at all this and figuring out like, okay, well, who relates to this, right? Now, we've been told that it's a certain group of people that are the descendants of this culture, right? But when we look at them, it's kind of hard to believe outside of what's been pressed to us through the masses of television and the educational system deliberately giving us perceptives and false views and half-ass truth with a whole bunch of lies involved in all these imageries. They got us to believe that these people are the descendants of these people, but we don't see none of this in a culture today. So I feel that part 2 should emphasize more on what do resemble that culture. So with that being said, first I'm gonna start in a community post, and I'm gonna tell you what one of them say, right? You feel me? Because what we don't understand what's going on, right? Like we've been, in our field of establishing us, man. And let me get back in this chat real quick because I just seen the brother I seen stepped in, man. Shout out to Monty Bay in the building, man. Salute to the guy, man. They was trying to block y'all left, right, tooth and nail, pushing out that shit, man. Salute to this brother. This brother be bringing powerful evidence and sources when he do his spiel with him at A1. Shout out to these brothers. I don't give a fuck who it's coming from. Anybody telling the truth about some shit and producing evidence coming from the goodness of their heart, that is my family, man. Shout out to them brothers, man. Shout out to David Taylor in the building. Salute to the relative. I'm going over that shit that you sent me. That shit is very, very interesting, bro. I'm gonna be doing something on that. Truth over everything. Salute to you guys. Chicago Fire, Spitting Serpent, man. Levi Prophet, man. Salute to the guys. Captain America, Omega Red, Irma Clan, Tayshawn Shannon, man. Salute to the guys, man. Brandon Rogers, Chris Jackson, Kish Keon Ekan. Salute to the guys, man. So I think I'm pretty much caught up, man. We gonna get into this spill. You feel me? This spill. So we're gonna deal with more. Where can we actually find this culture in these phenotypes set, right? Because yesterday we had a brother that came through, and shout out to that brother. He made some statements that I disagree with. I know majority of y'all disagree with too, in the sense that you had a multi-racial original group, which would mainly mean that it was niggas that was originally here, but it was also the Mongoloid phenotype that was originally here. And then we also have to include the ones that look like Europeans. And actually, to be honest, it is a big argument in the American ancient culture community in the scientific field about this. You got one side trying to say that they're Europeans and the other side trying to stick with the Clovis first from Siberia thing. And it's actually a big battle over that because the DNA they actually using are of modern Native Americans. So of course you're going to have some type of connection. They're trying to find every which way to connect that due to DNA testing. And that's why that has to be attacked viciously by us, and we got to be on top of it. Man, I got motherfucking, man, look at this shit, man. This type of shit I be going through, right? Can y'all see that? This shit at the top. Like they be sending hell of motherfucking bots my way, man. I'll be having to delete that shit. Man, shout out to my brother Hardline Boss in the building, man. We cripping in this motherfucking kids. Now let me stop, man. Before motherfucker run up on me out here in Cali and shit. Tell me what's that shit you talking blood? Hey, none of that shit, nigga. Hey, but back to what I was saying, this shit, you feel me? I find that hard to believe because even in modern times and even back in ancient times, you feel me, Europe was either one way, and the moment that it was two ways, it eventually became one way again. We can say Europe was all melanated originally, but then it became unmelanated originally. So even when we looking at today, we do not see, you feel me, no remnants of the original ones, and everybody that don't look like them came by way of migration. Same way in Asia. Africa is somewhat mixed depending on what part, but anything south of the north is pretty much the same. But over here we got a multitude melting pot of motherfuckers. Like, no, I find that hard to believe. It's not to say that didn't nobody come before Columbus or none of that shit. All I'm saying is that these people have multiple migration patterns that they came here, and it was already people here. You feel me? I tend to deal with the most recent migrations. You feel me? because I feel like the most recent migrations is privy to all of this shit because it explains a lot of shit that's going on. Now let's keep it G. You know, their population is really not that big under the title Native American. They don't have a big population. Why is that? It's not because they all died off. It's because it's full of a bunch of migrants. You got European migrants. Then you got Asian migrants that came before the Europeans. I will say that. Of the farther northern region, which would be the Inuits, the Alaskans, because they was pushed back north, and Inuit translates to flesh eater. So you understand why they was pushed that fucking far north, back north. You feel me? But then you got another recent migration from that region to the Americas in the same time period as one that's supposed to be coming from fucking Africa. The only difference is paper trails and documents that show this, and there's undeniable cultural comparisons from this population and across the Pacific than it is for these Negroes' culture to that of West Africa. It's certain aspect shit. And then even with that, we got to speak about migration again. Because did the migration play an intricate role into why it's in that area? And I'm going to do one on that one too to show that you find boom doom, not of recent times, but in past times, in the early 1900s and shit, you find it being practiced more throughout the Americas than you do in Africa. You find it being practiced in Canada, throughout the United States, throughout Mexico, throughout the islands, and throughout South America, especially among the Negro population. So I would think that the mother country of that would have a more vast population and more geographic location of practicing it than the smallest one. So we're going to get to that, but I don't want to get thrown off, man. I smoked a little weed ahead of time, man. Let me breathe this down. 1, 2, breathe. Man, let's get right into this shit, man. Man, let's stop talking. You feel me? So I'm going to start with a Q&A form, and I'm just going to work my way through each one. And we're going to discuss each one as I go over it. We're not going to skip over shit. You feel me? Now, this is what I ran across on this Q&A form. Right? So the question was this. Can y'all see that? Why do Native Americans and Asians have similar appearances? All right. Now, an actual Native American responded to this. You feel me? Because this picture, right? This picture, right? This is a Korean. You feel me? This is a Korean. So this is not even a Native American. You feel me? They're showing you. They're playing the roles. Right? Now I'm trying to get down to the response, right? So this was the response. Yo, I can answer this one. By the way, I'm part Native American. Natives from Siberia, by the way native Siberians were Asian before white people took over. They came to the America from a land bridge, which is the Clovis. They separated into different parts of the land they found. They are three major ethnic groups of Native Americans: the Inuits, the North Native Americans, the South Native Americans. The Inuits live in Alaska, Canada. The Inuits are different racial groups from two other groups of Native Siberians. So their skin adapted to the climate of America. So is why North and South American Indians are darker than Inuits. Yeah, sure they are. But they all are closely related to East Asia, which the scientific word for it is Mongoloid. If you find a full-blooded native, they will almost look fully Asian. Now listen to that. If you find a full-blooded native, they will almost look fully Asian. Native Americans share no genes with Europeans, which I have no idea what people thought that ridiculous idea from. See, once again, I told y'all that is a real argument going on within these tribes. You feel me? You never see a full-blooded native that look white. Also, the term Indian was used by Christopher Columbus' mistake for America for India. Now look, they give you pictures. All right, this is a native Siberian man. This is a native Siberian woman. You feel me? Now this one right here is actually a Native American man. This is actually a Native American man. We just gonna leave that one there right there for a second. That's actually a Native American man. Right? So it's not like people is just picking this shit. Like, we looking at this shit. This motherfucker look more Native American than this motherfucker, and he actually Native American. You feel me? And then here go one of a Native American woman. You know, the fake Pocahontas shit. But now let's deal with this for a second, family. Let's deal with this. So, you know, these are not just my words. This shit is known that they are here by migration, right? But the what's fucked up is the migration, right? Which one wasn't? You feel me? So now, you know, also people like to deal with DNA. Now let's be real, right? I'm gonna show this, but you know, I'm pretty sure it's genetic markers in that 1% that can how can I put this? DNA is tricky, right? It's real tricky, right? Now, and if you use two living motherfuckers and trace back maybe they dead grandma or whatever, and you know they're Asian, and then their DNA, okay, you can compare that. So you can compare that with modern Native Americans as well too to see that genetic marker. But I don't know about going back far like that. I don't know. That's a tricky one. But let's just deal with phenotype too. But since they like to deal with, you know, DNA and genetics, let's say what the geneticists say. Let's hear what they got to say, right? You feel me? Since that's how they come. So you gotta give it to them on their level, right? Now, this is PubMed.gov, the National Library of Medicine, National Center for Biotechnology Information, right? Hold on one second, y'all. All right. So this is a government website. I think this is a good source, especially when it comes to what area field this is again. National City Center for Biotechnology Information. So dealing with information in the biology field, I think this is a good source with dealing with it on your level. So I'm gonna deal with you on your level. Like this is the shit y'all like to use. So let's get the abstract of this article. This is an article that's dated in 2001. You feel me? Here go all the codes and shit and all that good shit. The docket number, doom, 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 doom. So let's just get into the abstract of what this say, right? Right? Okay. We have been studying polymorphism of HLA class 1 and class 2 genes in East Asians, including Boyarts in Siberia, Mongolian, Han Chin, Manchin, Korean, South Korean, Taiwan, Indonesian population in collaboration with many Asian scientists. So not only are these American scientists, but they're also in collaboration with the Chinese scientists as well that's in this field. Regional populations in Japan, Hondo Japanese, Ryukin, Ryukin, and Anu were also studied. HLA-A and negative B and negative DRB1 gene frequencies were subjected to the correspondent analysis and calculation of DA distance. The correspondence analysts demonstrated several major clusters of human population in the world. Mongoloid population were highly diversified, in which several clusters such as Northeast Asian, Southeast Asian, Oceanians, and Native Americans was observed. So they observed all of the Asiatic regions, including the islands in between there and America and Native Americans. Interestingly, an indigenous population in North Japan, Anu, was placed relatively close to Native Americans in correspondence with analysts. Now, I want to stop it right there, right? Now, all right. Now, you know what? We're going to continue. So they showing that it is a correspondent with people in North Japan. The Anu was placed relatively close to Native Americans and correspondent analysts. Distribution of particular HLA-A, negative B, negative DRB1 alleles and haplotypes was also analyzed in relationships to migrations, dispersal routes of ancestral population. Once again, migrations is very important. A number of alleles and haplotypes show characteristic patterns of regional distribution. For example, B39-HR5DQ7 was shared by Anu and Native Americans. A24-CW8-B48 was commonly observed in Taiwanese indigenous population, Maori in New Zealand, Orkan in Northeast China, Inuits, and Telugu. These find reporting supports the genetic link between East Asians and Native Americans. We have proposed that various ancestral population in East Asia marked by different HLA haplotypes had migrated and dispersed in multiple routes. Moreover, relatively small genetic distance and sharing of HLA haplotypes between Anu and Native Americans suggests these populations are descendants of some upper Paleolithic population of that region. Okay. Now, let me take that down. You feel me? You feel me? Let's talk about it, right? So here it is. You know, like I say, let's play they field with the DNA. with the DNA. You feel me? And they talk about migrations. They shows the similarities of this whole region, which included both North and South of China, the islands, especially Japan, and Northern Siberia, and the Native Americans. Right? So, and they talk about migrations and similarities. Now, they showed you the key thing about it, right? Was they showed you that the Native Americans and the Inuits, even though they was relatively related by the same common ancestor, that their genes are not as strongly closely related as it is when it came to Native Americans and Japanese. You feel me? So that's something I've been saying for the longest, and I've been telling people that, you know, yeah, these two people share the same common ancestor, but they're not even, you know, they're not descended from one another. You feel me? Like I told y'all, yeah, it was a migration in that north, right? But these people are not the descendants of that shit. Because if they was the descendants of these people and they came down and populated the lands and all that shit, then their genetic makeup would match more closely than all of them over there. It would show the migration pattern from them to the Inuits and then over into Siberia and such and such and such. But it doesn't show you that. It showed their migration pattern coming more closely from the Japan coast than what will be in the areas of eastern China and, you know, southeastern China. Something I've been talking about with a specific trade. So, you know, I just want to pull up and start speaking about these areas. Let's see what Japan is called and who was over there. You feel me? Let's get to it, family. Let me pull this shit up. All right. Let's share this screen, man. We're gonna get into it. First off, man, let me get in the chat first before I go, because I see new people coming in. Shout out to American King, man. Shout out to my relative, Chief Test Sun Owl in the building, man. Salute to the Empress, man. Shout out to Rashawn, Hermosa Sheba. Salute to the God and the goddesses. Shout out to Free Papu. Always in the chat dropping shit, man. Salute to you guys. Shout out to Dominique, man. Salute to the goddess. Ishmael Bay, man. Islam to the brother, man. Salute to you. Dawu Arif. Islam to you too, bro, man. How you feeling, my dude? You feel me? Shout out to the gods, man. Who else we got up in here? Raphael Flat Plane, man. FMP Ellis, man. Salute to the God, man. It's a cool brother right there, man. You feel me? Real talk. Shout out to Tony Furlow in the building, man. Salute to you, God. Monique Hill. Salute to the goddess, man. All right, I can't go back no farther. If I miss you, I'm sorry about that, man. Salute to you. Shout out to Big Chief. Fuck you, crackers. Yeah, man. Shout out to you, God. Shout out to Blue 10 Seal in the building too, man. Salute to the God, man. All right, so let me go ahead and share this screen, man, and let's get into these areas and let's talk about migration and shit, man, because migration is key, man. It's going to show you everything you need to know. You feel me? And let's get to it. So let's get into this shit, right? Okay. Boom. Where we at with it? Hold on. No. All right. Let's get into it, right? Sorry about that, y'all. All right. Let's get into it, right? So these are all the places that they was hidden, right? Ambon, Borneo, Javi, Makassar, Maluka Islands, that's the whole Indonesia, Bangladesh and India, Sri Lanka, India, Japan, Macau, which is all of China, Malacca, which was Malaysia, the Muslim Philippines, Jolo, Mindanao, and Zamboanga. That's all the islands of the Philippines. All islands. In Timor, you see the Mughal Empire, but you see Thailand, Ma, and you see Japan right there. Now let's back up out of it because I want to go to a chapter. Where is it at? Nope. That's not it. Hold on. Where we at? What chapter is this? Boom. Chapter diversity. Nope. And then, this is another good thing I like about this book, right? At the end of every chapter, she giving you all the sources. This is a page full of sources. Pages full of sources. With the docket numbers and everything in the archives, you can go see the shit for yourself. That's another good thing I like, but I need to take it back here because I need to get into the. I know which one I'm looking for. Boom. Diversity. Blah blah blah. Portuguese slave trade and Indian. Oh yeah, I think that's it. Yeah. Okay. Now let's talk about these Portuguese, right? A remote political event in Europe explained the prominence of Portuguese slave traders in the Philippines and the corresponding presence of foreign slaves in Manila market. In 1578, Portugal suffered a succession crisis when King Sebastian I died without an heir. Philip II of Spain took this opportunity to invade the country and seize the Portuguese crown during the period of the Iberian Union or Spanish captivity, which lasted from 1580 to 1640. The Spanish king ruled two empires with separate government structure. The Treaty of Timor, 1581, expressly prohibit trade between the colonies of Spain and Portugal, but commercial links were nonetheless established between the Estado da India and the Philippines. Portuguese traders claimed that as vassal of the Spanish king, it was just for them to trade and contract in Manila, blah, blah, blah. Let's get to where the fuck they was at. Where is that at? Okay, all right. We're going to start right here. Here we go. The Portuguese were driven to trade in Manila by desire to gain access to silver sent from Mexico as part of the government subsidy for the colony, as well as silver merchants who sent their agents to acquire Asian commodities. Silver was the monetary standard in most of Asia, but the Portuguese had no silver deposit of their own, so they had to procure it elsewhere. In Manila, the Portuguese offer a variety of goods in exchange for silver, including munition, equipment for shipment, and other metalware, cotton textiles from India, and spices. Slaves, however, were their singular most profitable commodity. Contemporaries took special notice of the ships that regularly left Goa for Manila. Now, Goa is key important, right? So they telling you Goa and Macau, which we seen that Macau was motherfucking the name that they call China, but they also show us that Goa was the name that they call let me bring this down. Japan, right? Right? So let's take it back here. Where was that connection at? All right, here we go. Interestingly, an indigenous population in North Japan, the Ainu, was placed relatively close to Native Americans in the correspondence analyst distribution, particular HLA-A negative B, negative DRB1 alleles and haplotypes was also analyzed in relationship to migration and dispersal route of ancestral population. Now, where was I at up in here? Right? Now, we know that the Portuguese was known as some of the biggest slave traders in the fucking 1600s and the 1500s, right? But they tell you they up in Africa, but in actuality, this motherfucker was in the Indian subcontinent all the way into Goa. Let's keep going. They say, contemporaries took special notice of the ships that regularly left Goa for Manila and condemned many offenses to God that were committed on these slave vessels. You feel me? In this sense, the influx of American silver escalated Portuguese slave trading in the Manila. Now, if they was trading African slaves on the Atlantic, right, why would American silver escalate their slave trading in Manila, right? So let's keep reading. We're going to get to the full context of all this shit. As it prompted Portuguese traders to increase the number of slaves they bought to Spanish capital to exchange for silver. The Portuguese, moreover, increased their trading activities because Manila had a great demand from slaves. They had the largest demand for slaves. The slave trade in Manila ran well because the Portuguese had a trading network to supply their own colonial possession with slaves, particularly Goa and Macayu. So they telling you they getting an abundance of slaves from out of Japan and southern China, right? Long before the Iberian Union. You feel me? According to Spaniard Juan de Rivera, Portuguese in India had more slaves than any other nation of the world. Damn, I thought there was supposed to be some Africans though. Hyperbole, notwithstanding, the typical Portuguese in Goa had 10 slaves. These slaves were from regions as far away as Mozambique and Japan. So there go your African. Mozambique. Not motherfucking Ghana, nigga. Shit. Not even Mali. Let's keep going. Goa. Hold on. Yeah. I'm gonna explain everything, Chief Tess. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna finish reading this and then I got you, because let me see which one is the Mongoloid. Anyone that ain't us. All these motherfuckers we reading about right now, but not all of them either though, because they had the Indian subcontinent on lock too, and they was hitting up the east coast of Africa and shit too. But the slave trade really was told in reverse, because here go documentation that show of an existing slave trade from the 1500s to the 1800s. But what this say? Okay, right here. According to Spaniard Juan de Rivera, Portuguese in India had more slaves than any other nation. Hyperbole, notwithstanding, the typical Portuguese in Goa, which would be Japan, and 10 slaves. Had 10 slaves. These slaves was from region as far as Mozambique and Japan. The life story of Anton Rosado, who was born in Japan, Goa, and died in Mexico, testifies to the reach and working of the Portuguese Indies trade. The Portuguese brought his ancestors together. In Anton's own word, his paternal grandfather had been Captain General of the fleet in Goa, a great gentleman who died on his way back to Portugal from India. His grandmother was a slave from Mozambique. So here go your mestizos. They mixing Japanese and Southeast Africans. And his maternal grandparents were slaves for Tenonet in the Maluku Islands, which is Korea. For many years, he worked as the servants of Portuguese soldiers, traveling with them by land and sea to places such as Kuchan and Leon. Then one day in Manila, his employer sold them unjustly into slavery, and he ended up on board the Galeon bound for Acapulco. The Portuguese trade slaves as part of their Indies trade system, Comercio de India India, which stretched from East Africa to Japan. So, you know, we're going to get a map, you know, like Dora the Explorer, world map. Map. Ain't that's how that shit used to go? I used to watch that shit with my daughter. But let's get a world map. Here we go. Come on, man. Pull this shit up, man. Stop playing. Pull this shit up. All right, man. Y'all playing games, man. They be hating, man. All right, I know what to do. Here goes a world map, right? So here go Mozambique down here, right? So they were snatching slaves up all along here, around here, 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 and here. So they had the stronghold on the slave trade coming up out of these areas, right? Now, I'm going to take this down, right? Let me stop screen sharing, right? Here go to what we talk at mode, right? Man, shout out to my brother Ab TV, man, for sharing my video, man. Salute to the God, man. So this is where we get to talking, right? And we get to using common sense, right? So not only do we got an actual Native American telling us they agree with they came by that migration, right? Which we know is bullshit in a way, right? But now we show documentation of a real slave trade that got actual documents to prove this. They even got, they got journals and everything about this shit to actually prove this, where one of their strongholds was in Japan, right? Right? The Portuguese East Indies slave trade, right? So now let's put this in perspective, right? Now these people like to deal with DNA, right? So we seen where the motherfucking actual scientists, here we go right here. Where is it? Where is this at? What was this? We're gonna share this and we can talk at the same time. Fuck it. You feel me? Because we gotta put this together, right? Because this is what they like to deal with, the DNA shit. Now let's get to it. This is from the National Library of Medicine, National Center for Biotechnology Information, PubMed.gov. It gets no motherfucking serious than that when it comes to motherfucking sources, right? All right. Now let's get to what they said again. Let's put this together, right? Where it go? Where did it go? Here we go. Increasingly, an indigenous. Hold on. Let's see who all did they test. They test all of Northeast Asia, Southeast Asia, all of the islands in between to here to America and the Native Americans of today. So that's everybody that they test, right? And all of these countries is including that minus the Indian subcontinent and the East African part. So minus those two regions, everything else and part of this Portuguese slave trade is motherfucking in that, right? So we're talking about Native Americans, right? Now it said increasingly an indigenous population in North Japan, the Anu, was placed relatively close to the Native Americans, right? And corresponding analysts. And they give it all the way down right there. You feel me? And then they talk about a number of abilities and haplotypes show characteristic patterns of regional distribution. You feel me? Between these same two groups over the Inuits, which would be the Alaskan Native Americans. But the story that they give is motherfucking that they got here by this motherfucking migration. And, like I say, migration is important to follow. And, now I'm going to use your DNA against you. Because your DNA analysis said that you're more similarly to Japan, right? Than you are to the Eskimos and the Inuits. Now, if you was really the descendants of these Eskimos and Inuits and came down and populated these lands, then your genetic makeup would match up more relatively close with them than any of them other people first, because you are descendants of them. So it got to go by steps. You're going to match up more closely to your mother and your father than your grandmother and your great-grandmother and your great-great-grandmother and your great-great-grandfather. You're going to see the similarities along the way, but the first person you're going to match up to are the mothers of your civilization, which will be the Inuits and the Eskimos, but you match up with the Japanese more than them. Like I told you, it's more than one migration. And like I told people in the Viking history, and they lucky I didn't save that shit. I wish I'd have saved a lot of shit along the way because I cannot find it. But in their story, in their words, documentation, they speak of their journeys over here to the Americas. They speak about when they was in Greenland and how they ran across two distinctive people. They ran into the indigenous people first, right? They was friendly at first with them. The first ones they ran into. Because then they tried to go into the interior and then they got their ass chased the fuck up out of there. But the first ones they ran into, they was friendly with them. They did trade with them and everything, right? But they spoke of a specific thing. The people to the north of them in the southern Arctic region. The Inuits. The Inuits was given to them by the indigenous people. That's how it sounded to them. Inuits. And the translation of that shit was the flesh eaters. So they wasn't allowed to come down south of that region. That's why they had to master the art of building igloos and shit. Because the one time they was let down, they was on some flesh eating shit, which what they name stand for. Why you have in the murals with the Aztec of them holding them by their goddamn ponytail, beheading these motherfuckers because they caught them doing what the fuck they was doing. So we dealing with migrations and we dealing with genetics. Your genetics is not closely matched up to them, so you had to come by a way of a different migration. So what's the next migration in sight? Oh, the Manila Galleon, which had hella slaves coming over here by documentation and archives in Manila, as well as in Mexico and Pueblo and Mexico City, and as well in Seville, Spain. The government overseers of all these transactions. Not to mention the records that the Portuguese got trading these slaves at Manila in the market. And Portuguese had the chokehold on the goddamn slave market. Mainly in Japan. Now, we know they was rounding up all these slaves and bringing them to Manila and having them bound for motherfucking Mexico. And we also know that there was laws, but we're going to get into that. Now, yeah, we're going to get into that. Okay. So let me get some fire emojis in the chat if everybody is caught up to speed with what we at right now and the path that we walking about how, these people did come by way of migration, but the migration that we was given is not who they are because not even their genetics match up closely. So if you came by that migration, your genetics would closely match up more to them than your ancestors on this other side of the board. That's basic fucking common sense. I ain't gotta be no biologist to know that shit, nigga. I know my DNA gonna match up more closely with my mom and my father than my grandma or my brother or my motherfucking cousin. So, nigga, guess what? Guess what? These Inuits are your cousins. Y'all share a common ancestor. But you didn't come by the same migration. Because that means that you will be a direct link to them. You feel me? And honestly, this is what opening up the door for the narrative that the Native Americans was originally Europeans now. This is really a big argument amongst them and shit, but they both stupid as fuck. You feel me? Because if you put common sense to a lot of this shit that they accept and to tie themselves to shit, you'll know that shit don't add up. But let's get back. I want to show just one more section in this book. And then we're going to get into some visuals. We're going to get into some fucking visuals in this motherfucker. Some real motherfucking visuals in this motherfucker, man. I'm telling you, I'm on bullshit today, man. I'm on bully bullshit. You feel me? Cause what was I finna get up out of here? Which hold on. No. Hold on. But watch this. Now I'll show you this, right? After every chapter, right? Every chapter in this book, right, has its own scene of what's going on, right? But after every chapter, you are given, starting from right here, all of her sources to where she getting this shit from. Decade later, Don won the visa relatively of the conquest. You feel me? Mexico editorial. You feel me? This right here is the Mexico archives right here. You feel me? I'm talking about every nothing but source. These are all archives right here. All right. All archives. All archives. You feel me? And then also written documentation by first-hand accounts as well. You feel me? But this ain't what I'm looking for. I'm trying to get to a specific motherfucking chapter. Hold on one second. Bear with me, folks. Gotta walk the plank with me real quick. All right. Church on Chino slaves versus Indians, you know. Boom, 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 diversity. Portuguese slave trade, because that's another conclusion. Muslim capture, spotted lights in the middle. Chinos, a Mexico slave, from Chinos to Indian life and labor in Mexico. Boom. There we go. All right. No, that's not it. But it's in the introduction, so we just gonna read. I just wanna give basically the actual law that changed some shit, right? That's it. Boom, 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 boom. You feel me? I forgot which chapter it is up anyway, going to more detail, but just showing the law, right? Just showing the law what they did, right? All right. Boom, boom, boom. All right. In time, Chinos came to be treated under the law as Indians, the term for all native people of Spain colonies, and became indigenous vassal of Spanish colonies in 1672. The implication of this legal change were enormous. As Indians rather than Chinos, they could no longer be held as slaves. This book trapped Chino's complex journey from the slave market to Manila to the streets of Mexico City, and from bondage to motherfucking liberty. You feel me? Now it's also, you feel me? Close that out. Let's get here. Shout out to my bro, Sir dropping this motherfucker. All right. So we got a couple of things, right? All right. You know, we got where did we start first? First we had the words of an actual Native American admitting that, you know, that's what they say, how they got up over here, right? Right. So we got them on record with that shit, right? Then we hit them with the DNA that show also they're connected to where they said they came from, right? Right. But then we went into a little bit more with the DNA to show that yeah, it was a migration that came that way, but you're not part of that migration. As a matter of fact, you don't find no one south of the cold region with the genetic makeup that closely resemble them, as if on some mother to son, or parent to sibling, parent to child genetic makeup. As a matter of fact, your genetic makeup is more closely resembled to that of Japan. And we know people from Japan did not come by way of the motherfucking Bering Strait. They came way by motherfucking ship and bondage. There's only one other migration we find coming up out of there outside of the land bridge. And that's between the 1500s and the 1800s that was running concurrently. And the biggest slave traders was heavily located in the region of where you were motherfucking closely genetically made up. And we got to also understand, right? New Spain stretched into Canada through the whole Southwest United States region. In that middle section, Texas, Oklahoma. So these are the areas where you find these people heavily concentrated at, in the old areas of New Spain. Because guess what, right? These people also resemble people south of the motherfucking border that don't claim to be Indians, but they claim to be Hispanics and Chicano culture. The actual name of the people that was being balled up over here. Chicanos. Chinos. You feel me? So they still celebrate their shit, right? But you claim to be original. Right from the soil. Ain't no way in hell. So, like I say, man, this shit is for the culture. For the culture. Fuck. Hold on 1 second, y'all. Hold on 1 second. Damn, I accidentally deleted fucking the wrong fucking thing, man. My fucking fingers be jumping. Fuck. Hold on 1 second, family. Because, we got to start showing cultural connections, right? Okay. All right. There we go. Cool, right? So now we're going to give you some cultural connection with visuals, right? Right. All right, there we go, right? So, culture never leaves nobody, right? It never leaves nobody. So we're going to play a video for educational purposes, fair use. Nothing monetary was made off of this on my end. I don't know about YouTube, man. But I also got this video from you. So I shouldn't have no problems with copyrights. So I'll mute my mic, and we're going to pay attention to a specific group called the Teleuts. And we're going to see, who do they resemble in this world today? And let's get to it, man. Playing no motherfucking games, man. Niggas can't stop my shine. Fuck they talking about. These motherfuckers playing games. Then you sent the nigga over here to come do your bidding for you. That's what really pissed me off today. Part 2, showing your connection. Let's get to this shit, fam. Hey, man, before I press play, man, can I get some thumbs up? Can I get some high fives? Can I get some hey, yeah, hey? Man, don't give me that shit. I'm just playing. You get the hey, yeah, up in this motherfucker and ha, wah, motherfucker, man. I'll boot your ass up out this motherfucker, man. Like, look, we ain't stupid no more. All right. Hey, now these symbols right here, this is actual artwork from the originals Americans, right? This ain't nothing but a carbon copy and shit, a real artwork that they duplicated from the original Americans and shit. And then I got another thing that show about the grouping of the motherfucking slaves in New Spain, which would include our brothers and sisters as well, especially the Mayan slave trade, which traded millions of us and shit. So it was nothing for motherfuckers to pick up our culture, especially when they wanted to be called Indians because of the legal ramifications of that, of being able to be free, thanks to Bartholomew La Casa, who was pressing hard and heavy to the crown to get these conquistadors from doing the shit they did and how they stole people that they weren't supposed to have stole. But let's get to it, right? Let's this for the culture. Let's see who culture this add up to. Let's get to it. Cause bros, hey, hold on. Let me get some thumbs up in this bitch. Let me get some fire up in this motherfucker. If y'all was watching yesterday and bro said that it wasn't no cultural connection up out of Asia with these people, let me get some fire emotion before we do that, because I remember clearly saying that shit, right? There we go, real shit. Y'all remember that shit yesterday too. Here we go. Yeah, let's do it for the culture.
Who is that? The Teleuts. The Teleuts? Who are they? A native.
Hey, hold on.
The Teleuts. The Teleuts?
What that look like? What do that look like? What do that look like, family? What do that look like, family? Hold on. What do that look like, family? What do that look like, family? Do that look like him? Motherfucker look kind of familiar. Let's look at this one. Look at that one, my G.
Who are they?
Let's look at that one. Look. Get a good look. Now look here. Come on, man. These motherfucking people better stop playing with me, man. Let's go ahead and finish it out, man. Let's pay attention.
A native people from Siberia. Today, there are less than 3,000. Most of them live in 5 villages in southwest Siberia, between 2 major cities, Kemerovo and Novokuznetsk. They live in a region which is now mostly Russian, but nevertheless they kept their traditions. The young generation speaks Russian. It is their mother language, but still about 1,000 Teleuts speak the Teleut language that is close to Turkish or Kyrgyz. In August, I went to Bekovo, located between coal mines and factories. The Teleuts were getting prepared for the national holiday. In each house, there is a trunk out of which they took beautiful dresses. Teleut women keep precious, long, shiny dresses with a color for weddings or special events. And the most original ornament is the tashchak, a colorful breastplate with buttons. Another important element of the costume is the waistband. The Teleut people still wave multicolored belts, which they wear during ceremonies and rituals. Hospitality is a rare word for Teleut families. And if the Italian have pasta during each meal, the Teleuts have their own ravioli, the pelmeni, with mutton or horse meat. This tradition has been passed down from their nomadic ancestors. More than 2,200 years ago, the Tele people are first mentioned in Chinese written histories. A few native peoples of Siberia, the Teleuts, and their neighbors, the Telengits and the Altai, are also descendants of the Tele people, upon each of which lives a deity, and at the very top of the 16 layers.
Now look at this.
Upon each of which.
What does remind you of?
And at the very top of the world, a woman, by Ulgen. In Russia, only two native peoples, the Teleuts and the Buryats, have made a woman the top of all other gods. Shamans, no matter whether women or men, knew
what that
how
remind
to pass
you
through
of?
the 16 layers of the universe with the help of their tambourines and rituals. Today there are no more shamans, but the Teleuts keep little called Alas. She saved people's lives. This relatively small native group has preserved an enormous quantity of shamanistic texts. Only among the large native Siberian groups like the Yakuts and the Buryats do you find so many. The music and the folklore of the Teleuts is amazingly rich. For hours, sometimes all night long, Teleut singers sing their legends and epic poems.
Hey,
Most of the Teleut converted to Orthodox Christianity in the 19th century due to Russian missionaries. In the 16th century and for the next 200 years, Russian Kazakhs moved slowly east from Moscow, invading the vast territory of West Siberia. They settled the cities of Tobolsk, Tara, Omsk, Tomsk, and Kuznetsk on the ancestral land of the compactly. They were able to preserve many elements of their culture. But what will happen to the Teleuts if their territory turns into one huge open coal mine?
Если ты хочешь быть телеутом, если ты хочешь, чтобы твои дети были телеутами, да, а не кем-то.
Now we can't really do too much as far as the language go. Can't do too much as far as the language go, right? Because they don't speak they shit no more either. You feel me? What's up, y'all? How y'all doing? Y'all good? Y'all walking with me? Y'all walking with me? Oh shit, man! I ain't mean to hit that, man. I ain't on here starting no shit, man. I ain't on here starting no shit, right? So, right, look, this is the thing, right? Now we had a brother come up here yesterday, which is no problem, right? With different perspective and mindset of what shit really is. That's cool. But you got to show some shit to back that shit the fuck up. Ain't no more allowing niggas to just talk out the side of their ass without not backing that shit up. It's one thing to have a back and forth, but when motherfucker you up in arms and shit to defend some shit and basically make it seem like motherfuckers is talking crazy and pseudo, nigga, let's see who really is pseudo. Now, if you want to deal with DNA, which I honestly don't, but I will fuck with you on your field, I showed the connection. Now, dealing with DNA, even on that website, it says that migration is the key important. So there's no way that they are even the descendants of the motherfuckers that came by the way of landing the fucking Bering Strait land bridge, because their genetic makeup actually skipped them and go more closer to someone else in a much southern region. Now, they all share a common ancestor. Each and every one of those groups do, right? But when it comes to genetic connections and shit, and, you know, I ain't got to go to school to know this shit, that the genetics are closely gonna mostly resemble the parents that you came by from. So if you came from the parents over those land bridge, I don't give a fuck how much time and shit. And if you want to say because of mixing, that don't matter either, because if that's the case, it should have diluted they shit from the connection to the Japanese tribe and shit. So that's bullshit. So let's deal with it. Your genetics skipped these people and went straight across the water. So that means that your genetic makeup don't go back north and then across. Your genetic makeup just goes straight across. So it's either two things. Either you migrated over there and populated that region, or you came from a population in that region. Because out of all of those areas that share that same common ancestor, most of you genetically match up to them. Now, what was another migration? You had the Portuguese slave traders, which were the biggest slave traders at the time, had a monopoly stretching from East Africa, not West, East Africa, all the way to Goya, which they told you in the book what these terms were. Goya was for motherfucking Japan. You feel me? Makayu was for Chinese. You feel me? And they was going even as far as Mozambique. So now we have to put into question that, yeah, it was some Africans that came in, but not in the numbers that you think and not in the direction that they came. And majority of these motherfuckers was actually between the Indian subcontinent stretching to Goya, because it was much closer to the docking point of where they were selling it at, because they had no silver deposits and they wanted the American silver. This is documentation. So we not gonna play these, bro. You just got your mans and them beat the fuck down on for coming over here with that bullshit. You didn't get beat down on because you was one of the family, bro. But the people you trying to protect, bro, you gonna have to come with another motherfucking way with that shit. Because I don't have to pull up too many sources to connect what the fuck I'm saying. Because I can hit you. If you want to deal it with a DNA, I just beat shit the fuck up out of it as far as genetics go. Because even the genetics say migration is key into matching shit the fuck up. So now these people tell you that they came by way of the barren land strait. So man, what it do, man? Hey, look, man. I want to get a song in, man, after that. And then after that, you know, man, I'm gonna drop the link and let people come up. You feel me? So, man, let me put this on, man. Let me get some fire in the chat, man. Y'all feeling this shit tonight, man? Did I hit them right, or is there some more shit I can add to it? Let me know. Let me know. So, man, let me put this on, man. Let me get some. Oh, my bad. Look, I like playing my music from my wife Bluetooth speaker. This we call this bitch right here the Radio Raheem and shit. Radio Raheem around this motherfucker. But the quality of the music come out much nicer than off my TV and shit, which I can connect the phone with and everything. You feel me? But yeah, I'm gonna play one song. I'm gonna go use the bathroom. You feel me? Man, real shit. I appreciate y'all, man. I appreciate y'all, man. We gonna get one song again, man. And then we gonna go from that shit, man. Y'all will drop the link in the chat, man. I want y'all to come up. Hey, you too, Lil Yos Rios, because bro, you got a lot of fucking information, bro. You be hiding in the chat like, nah, I want to see you type that shit. I want to hear you explain it, bro. You feel me? Because you dope as fuck, man. Shout out to you and shit, man. Shout out to everybody, man. Everybody got this shit. But you know, man, I always say, man, I want to make sure I got shit that can back up what the fuck I'm saying. You feel me? Like real shit. And if I get some information from somebody to help me back up what I'm saying, You feel me? I give credit where credit is due. That's why I always give credit to Aboriginal Power, Ab TV. You feel me? The matriarch, you know, and everybody in the chat and shit that came out, helped supported my channel, and you know, man, get my platform to where it's at today, man. I salute y'all. I appreciate every one of y'all, man. Much love to y'all. But I'm gonna play this song, Use the Restroom. There, I'm gonna drop the link in the chat. Please come up and you know, man, let's just deal with the topic at hand and shit on some real shit. Here we go.
Basically, all that fake love, get away from me. Lately, I've been focused on the bag, so don't play with me. Just because I fuck a couple nights, don't mean you stay with me. It ain't like if I go get a sentence, you gon' wait for me. Top down, stand up on the pedal, bro, you racing. Tell her mama blow me like a blunt, baby face me. I can see the smirk from the thoughts of just erasing. Niggas go ahead, do your thing, ain't no hating me. Niggas say he got it for what? I got him less. Brody say he taking the work, why not invest? I was standing in the fire, I ain't had no business. Bitch ain't no going back and forth, I ain't playing no tennis. Niggas serving out the river with my man on a million. I cannot get them out the streets, I'm tired of losing my niggas. Living with a broken heart, I shed a tear, my bro. Next day the bag linen and it still got sold. I'd rather cut her off, cause niggas kill my hoe. I watch you love with your money and it's still my hoe. She wanna fuck and I won't even hit her. I said I told you I'd never need a bitch before you need a nigga. Rad with me while I meet a nigga. It's just a play, just to show all the cheese that a nigga get. I missed the road, man, it's been a minute. When you gone, niggas playing with the bag, so I'm never safe. Know what's to understand me, to really know what I really been through when I'm still standing. Niggas acting like they threw me when I didn't have it. I was standing on the side watching niggas laugh.
Fuck that, look how these niggas treat me, you ain't got no motherfucking money, nigga. You grab, fuck these niggas, live for yourself, you hear me? Motherfuckers always playing crazy. Fuck it up to run it back up on niggas. Shit ain't not too real, nigga.
I hear the snakes hissing, really not really, cause I'm playing with the blender.
It's a hard life
Like when you praying with that pistol, pray for my goons. From the shitty blues.
It ain't no fit in the shit too. All I gotta do is
Make one call just to get it through. I know, well I'm living proof.
all I know is no excuse, and anything else get excused.
Pouring drink, I'm feeling screwed.
Having visions of me swimming
In
in
that money like my nigga Scrooge. She call me broke, these bitches rude.
I can pay on her from March to December, bitch, don't get confused. Some of my niggas got bag back on me. Some of my niggas trying to kill us, they want man make some. I been chillin', but don't make me put your stash back on. I'm on the ground,
Flush your rats, put some flashback on me. Back on there, full nipple.
with that bag back on me, I got an issue. Real smart, trying to quit, but it's sucking me in. I done served
Everything but never fuck with a bitch.
on my dick, so
What's up with your friend? I wanna know. What do you really do for that paper? I wanna know.
I can't count how many times niggas
Had
stand
my back. It's on 1100 time, nigga had my back. All right. No, back to the proceeding at hand. You know, part 2 of the cultural differences between the original Americans and Native Americans, but with the inclusion of Asian culture to see who match up to what based on what we know as far as original American culture and shit. So today we was dealing more with the cultural connection of Native Americans with Asian Americans. Oh, well, not Asian Americans, but the Asian continent. Yes. Yeah, I can send that to you too, Chief Test. I'll send that over to you, it's Babyface, right? Matter of fact, I'll send that over to you now. But shout out to my bro we got on the panel. Lil Yos Rios. What's going on, brother? How you feeling?
Yeah, bliss, honor, and prosperity to you, my brethren. Much honor Much peace to everybody in the chat.
For sure. So what you think about what we just went over, bro? Man, go ahead and get into it.
I mean, from what I came into, as far as like what you was explaining, I feel like it's spot on, because I mean, we've always been, like captivated into the whole Northeast and Southeast woodland region story that, like we were taught in school. And then as you get across the Mississippi River, everybody else is taught, like these historical narratives predicated upon their region. But then when you get to the West Coast, you realize that the children in the West Coast are taught a whole different history as opposed to what everybody is taught on the Eastern Seaboard. And I got to say, you did a good job, man. I mean, especially explaining some of those different people and tribes. The one thing that I'll say is this right here that I always wanted to figure out. When it comes to the Magellan Strait, when it comes to the Philippines, when it comes to Manila, I've always known growing up as a child, because, a portion of my family were like in the military, prior military. At one point, the Philippines were part of the oceanic geopolitical construct. But for some odd reason, I can't put my finger on it, but I'm trying to figure out why the Philippines all of a sudden became a part of the Asiatic geopolitical construct. And since it has became a part of that geopolitical construct, right now, there's been a whole lot of turmoil going on with the Moros. I mean, you name it. Similar to like your old bill when you was talking about how there's probably only about 1, maybe 2% of the population of the Philippines that are indigenous to that land. It's almost becoming to be the same exaggerated factor when it comes to the Americas, when it comes to us, how they're just bringing people in by the boatloads because it's becoming this big universal system. Yet other countries don't deal with that BS, but yet you have certain regions that deal with it. However, when it comes to that slave trade and how it affects coming into the Americas from the Pacific, I feel like you nailed it on the coffin, because nobody really ever talk about it in that
We don't talk
light.
about the West Coast, bro. I've been saying this since I've been going live, bro. Though I said it, bro. I'm talking about Ed's not gonna lie, like don't nobody really talk about the West Coast, bro. And my brother just threw something at me. He was like, "You heard of the Strait of Magellan?" I'm like, "Nah." He's like, "Look it up." The nigga ain't gonna never tell me shit. He'll just ask me a question like that and shit. And honestly, he believed that it still ties to Africa type shit, but I don't went in on some of the information he gave me and stressed it a little bit farther. Like, nah, bro, you ain't see this. Like, you need to see this. You feel me? But like, he threw that shit at me, bro. And like, literally, the first day I was into that shit, bro. Like, I'm the type of nigga that I'm prepared to go damn near 20 pages in on a search and look at every link that look interesting and shit. And then even when I'm reading the shit, I'm looking at the sources they saying. So it's like, oh well, these ain't your words, this his words. Let me go to what the fuck he said, and just keep digging back and back until shit, they sources pretty much the archives, nigga. You need a special pass to get in that motherfucker. You feel me? And now you got to see then you got to see how many of these people in this field is backing up what you said. And that's why I love that book that I got, because like every chapter is about something over in that region that ties to bringing people from over here from all over the region. And the book is pretty much to say that because they did it that way, that you don't know the true identity of these motherfuckers. You feel me? Because they was being snatched up from so many places and compacted together and just being called one thing and shit. But I like the fact after every chapter is damn near really 3 to 7 pages of all the sources she used for everything that she said in there, and most of that shit either be first-hand writings from the actual friars and shit like that, but also the documents to back up the shit at the archives and these docking points and shit as Manila and Acapulco, Mexico, and also Alta. Now, Alta was what is considered as California plus Oregon. Now, she found, disembark on that area, but, the literature is so vague in that specific area because, that was part of New Spain too. But, it is documentation of them disembarking in that area.
Is Alta a port?
Alta was basically all of California and Oregon. They consider that Alta, and it stretched into the interior. So they just said Alta, but they wouldn't say the specific location of what a part of Alta, but they just don't know about what trade went on at that disembark or nothing like that. Because basically they say it's a lot of records that they didn't keep to avoid paying tribute and shit to the crown and shit. So this is just the shit that they did document, imagine plus the shit that they didn't document, it's a lot of fucking people, that's why when you look south at the border, you see why it look like that.
Yeah, man. I mean, that makes sense because it goes into like all those ancient papyrus that they found dealing with the indigenous people, and also what did they call it back in the day, like the land of woman. Whenever you're looking at like the old maps where it shows like Fusang on the maps from like 1775, and then it got like the citation to the side talking about, oh, this came from the Chinese cartographers and stuff like that. So it makes sense, and this is coming from like the Spanish doing their geography all over the west coast of the Americas around that time, but yet they had the maps. So it basically just shows you that there was a lot of trading going on that nobody is talking about, but it's something like that's phenomenal about the Pacific region. And I think that you're bringing that to light to people because that's the one thing that I noticed, like the 1672, like when you look at 1672 on the Western Hemisphere, you got to look at 1672 on the Eastern Hemisphere. So you could almost like align those dates to see what was going on. And it's like, damn, almost
what else though? What else though about that?
Yeah.
Is a lot of people don't know is that the Manila was being ruled by the government system that they had in place up out of Mexico, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you also had people from over there that was just coming freely back and forth too. It's even said in the book how people was being mistaken for chinos that was freemen and shit, right? So you had it going on already from like 15 I think like 1550 something into 1672 before that law went active. But when word got back up over there about it, them motherfuckers was thirsty to get up over here. They was already being snatched and bought, but they was hella thirsty to get over here because they knew that they can proclaim to be, Indian, and they can get up out of their bondage that way and shit like that. Because that trade went on between the mid 1500s into Spain lost control of that area in the 1800s to Mexico, but Mexico still kept up the trade though.
Yeah.
And Mexico still stretched all the way up into southern Washington too at that time.
Yep.
So it's just crazy that you got this going on. So like how you say, like with time dates, right? Time stamp is everything, bro. That's the most important thing in migration and shit. Even if it's trading, that's a form of migration because it's moving back and forward. You feel me? So I look at these times, right? Now, even in the English literature, as far as the slave trade go with the United States and the English, right? They even say that they bought a lot of their slaves from the Portuguese and the Dutch. the Portuguese and the Dutch had the biggest hold on the slave trade, right? This is what they tell you. But now I'm looking at this documented time period of this time when it's supposed to be West Africa. I see them heavily from East Africa all the way over into the Pacific Ocean, South China Sea and shit and everything up there. And that's where they're heavily active at. And as a matter of fact, in that book, it also talks about the Dutch East Indies Company, how they fought the Portuguese and shit and took over. It was either one of the Korean islands or it was Taiwan and shit. And they took over that area right there and shit. So they weren't even fighting off Africa. They was fighting over in the southeast. That's where, this shit was really being ramped it up and shit. Matching them times up is everything, because it's like, okay, we looking at these times when they say they supposed to be snatching us up and bringing us over here, but you see all the heavy activity being done over there.
Right. And that's when you are able to break down like one of the biggest organizations coming out of Holland at the time of the Dutch and the Portuguese War, and that battle for like that whole Iberian Peninsula coming into like the west coast of Africa, going on down into the coastal regions, because they called it the name of it was called like the Hidden Zeventien. The Hidden Zeventien. Zeventien means like 17, like the 17 gentlemen. And the 17 gentlemen really broke down that whole organization. I don't have the book in front of me, but I'm telling you, like if I had the book, I'll be able to break down that whole organizational structure of what you were just talking about when you're talking about like the East Dutch and the West Dutch. It breaks all of that down, man. Like they were going into like different time capsules or time zones and pretty much doing what they were doing. But when it comes to the West, I think the West had a little more oomph than people want to give it than the actual the East, because by the time you look at what was happening going into mainland North America, by that time I think everything had already took form and fashion on the West side,
But
and nobody was really explaining what was going on. But now that you're explaining what's going on, it's just opening up a whole lot of people's eyes to how to coincide everything together.
hey, bro, you know what else though, bro? Like P game, right? Time and what can you prove what was going on during them times, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we going over this, and this is all backed by, not only just literature, but it's also actually backed by archive records and shit in these particular locations and shit of these docking points, right?
Right.
So what we're starting to figure out with this is that that section of the world was heavily important to them. They called it the China route. So technically, we all know that like real shit. That's what they call it. They called it the China trading route, right?
I'm glad you said
But
that.
but P game though, right?
Think about what natural
Silk
resources
Road.
in that area. Go ahead. I didn't mean to
You
cut you
know,
off.
so China route can easily be put up with the fact that they call it the Chino something, but it means the Chinese trading route, right? So with that being said, it can also be put into comparison into the Silk Road trading route, right? And why was this route and area was so important to them? Now, the goods and shit and everything and all the slaves was important to that route and shit, because they already had a slaving network over there anyway, though, right? And they was trading with a lot, some of these royalties was able to keep their shit. They was like the governor of that, but they was trading motherfuckers and shit too. So they was already doing this, right? But what was going on, why it was so important for them, right? That trading route. Well, they was getting attacked by the Barbary pirates from the North African coast. Now, I went over literature not too long ago, about a few months ago, that showed where you had deserted towns on the coastal lines of the Mediterranean Sea and shit on the European side, all the way into the little pathway of the Iberian Peninsula. But they was even stretched all the way up into the the western side of that bitch all the way up into Ireland and Scotland. They were snatching things up.
Yeah.
So it is documentation with that shit, not only through the Europeans, but also with these empires that are now countries now. They still have the documentation and shit, and also with the churches, because the churches was able to send friars down to these North African cities and shit, and figure out who they had enslaved, who family members was enslaved and shit, so they could pay the tribute to get them up out of slavery, and people that weren't allowed to pay tribute, you feel me, the motherfuckers.
Yeah, they were the spies. Yeah, they were the spies.
So they could. So they couldn't really go into the interior of Africa out of nowhere. Like they best bet was really put all of their ships together. Now you see why, under the Spanish permission on the ship, you not only got Spaniards, but you got Italian and French and Portuguese conquistadors all together. It makes sense now because
Genoans,
they having to put all of their ships together to protect, to even go out at sea from these fucking pirates. And the ones that's able to go, they stop in America and then continue straight over into Asia, and everything they stealing out of America, the gold and the silver, and they love the silver over there in Asia and shit. Motherfucking, they was taking over there and getting everything, because that's how the trade route went. It went from Manila to Alta, down into Acapulco, Pueblo, Mexico City, trek across land to Veracruz, out in the Gulf, the island hops and shit in the southern parts of the Americas that they control, and then over into Seville with all the shit from Asia and shit. Now,
why would they say that? Because they was following the astronomy, they was following the weather patterns, they was following the seas, they was following everything that eluded them to go in that direction. Because when they tried to fight against it, they always hit shipwrecks. That's why you find so many Pirates of the Caribbean shipwrecks in the Caribbean region, but you don't find that many shipwrecks in the Pacific Ocean because they knew to follow the astronomy. They was following the stars, the symbols, the signs. And it's sad because that's the one thing that these Pan-Africans was missing. They wasn't following the ancestors, following the astronomy. They was following the flow. Water flows. Why would you try to fight water that's flowing in a certain direction? You can't do it. You have to follow it. So you're right. It makes perfect sense. Like, I don't care what nobody says, yo.
I mean, you could just put this whole, with the information, you could put the puzzle together, right?
Yeah.
They wanted to get to Asia, but they couldn't because they had too many obstacles. You already had the Ottoman Empire. You had the Ottoman Empire banging them on the land all the way into Eastern and to the point of Central Europe, which is, it's well known, it's documented. That's why you got Muslims in fucking Bosnia and Slovakia and all that shit today, still to this day and shit. This is well documented proof. And it was going on during the time of the so-called transatlantic slave trade. What else was also going on? You had these anonymous regions of North Africa that was connected with the Ottoman Empire, banging them on the water in the Mediterranean, Atlantic, and not to mention the Moors that they kicked up out of Europe went into motherfucking into North Africa. That's why they also said in that information that you was finding Dutchmen, Portuguese, Spanish, British, and all these people who was kicked out on a lot of these motherfucking these pirate ships and shit. So these would be the original Dutchmen and all this shit, bro. You feel me? You had them banging on them. Then what also was going on? Well, we did have this encounter with them, but how did that encounter come? You feel me? So, I mean, it's crazy, bro. Like, it's crazy, but you had them and Asia going through the same problem from the same people, but they were split off in the middle from connecting because the people who they was motherfucking getting banged from had them split down the middle and then spread out up under and shit like that. And they had them flanked. So when they was able to find that condor to the Americas and shit and then reach each other through that way, You feel me? Then they was able to reinforce each other. That's how and that's how these colonists was getting their gunpowder and their guns and shit. You feel me?
Yep.
Because
And
you know,
also that goes into the whole terminology that you see people use whenever they always ask, okay, you had the musket gun. Yeah, you had the musket gun, but at a certain time frame, who was the person that created the gun where you could like put the bullets in and clack, clack, bang, clack, clack, bang, clack, clack, bang. It became a war of, this is where a lot of people didn't pay attention to it until later. It became a war of, I'm not trying to run up on you and slice and dice. How can I win this war from afar? If I can hit you from afar with enough guns or enough natural resources, because you need the land to get those natural resources. If I can hit you from afar, I can win that war. You coming on horses, full blown, but you don't even realize whenever you come to the terrain, say whenever they came from the Pacific, they came to the Americas, they mountain region as people. When you up top, it's easy to win a war from up top. Why are you trying to go uphill to try to fight a battle? You're going to lose every time
yeah,
because you're picking everything off downhill. So you're looking at how the landscape came from the water, from whence it came from out the damn waters. So you're seeing what land masses was coming out of the water first. And those people knew how to war with the people who was trying to get the natural resources, because they had the advantage of picking them off because they're at a higher advantage. So that's why whenever you get from the mountainous regions and then you come down the mountainous region, then you go into the hills and what they call the valleys of like the northeast and the southeast woodland regions, and you start hearing about them wars, they all have the same ancient um chronology about it. Whoever was at the top, those were the people
hey,
that was winning the wars. Yo, they were
hey,
picking everybody off, and they had the natural resources, the guns and the steel. The
hey,
arms came later.
I got some information that showed that one of the biggest obstacles was to get the Indians to come from their ruins, from their ancestral parts and homes, sparsely spread it out in the woods and shit, into the built cities for them and shit. And even when they did convince them to do that, soon as the friars will leave and shit, they'll go right back home and shit. Like they was connected to the woodlands. One of the brothers, David Taylor, sent this information over to me. I'm still getting into it. I'm gonna probably show it real quick just to show that. But I want to introduce the other two brothers that came up on the stage and shit, man. Sorry about that. We
Oh
got
yeah,
kind
my
of
bad.
long winded.
Oh yeah.
Uh, I did too, bro. You feel some real shit. Like we got Realized TV and Big Chattahoochee, Chief John Doe, man. How y'all brothers doing tonight,
Yeah,
man? What's
Bliss
going
Up
on?
Chattahoochee, real live TV.
Good, doing real good, man. Y'all can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you
Yes,
good,
sir. Yes,
brother,
sir.
man, for shit. So
Yeah, man. Salute to y'all brothers, man. I was just listening to y'all bill, man.
Yeah,
go
no
ahead,
doubt,
brother.
no
You
doubt.
you
Go
you
ahead,
you
bro.
got the flow, bro, man. Tell us what you think about what we went over, bro. What you think about it?
I mean, truth, basically, I think what you was saying was basically it's a possibility that they came over here as slaves. Is that what you were saying?
Uh I I mean, yeah, except like minus like the possibility. I'm saying that is actual documentation showing them being shipped over here as slaves. And also it's an unknown number of ships that wasn't documented to avoid paying tribute to the crown, because they passed two or three laws about that issue, because you had ships paying off docking when they disembark at the ports, the people that control that paying them also. They was passing alone slaves that wasn't even being counted. So you had slaves that couldn't even go to court, where they tried to go to court because to say that that they was put in slavery the wrong way because one no documents for it and shit. It's a lot of court documents in the Spanish archives about that. So it's a whole lot of undocumented ones that they was bringing over here and selling. You feel me? So, I'm saying not a possibility shit that it's for documentation that this stretch from the mid 1500s into the 1800s.
And that's just crazy, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just learning, man. You know what I mean? That's some shit they would never teach you in school.
Yeah, I mean, bro, I would drop the link in the chat too. And I'll drop it in the private chat, bro. The book costs, bro, but it's worth it, bro, because like I say, man, one thing about the book, and I'm a source checker, right? And I ain't even get to check all the sources yet, for real, you feel me? Except I clicked a couple of links to the archives just to see if it led me to, the website of these places, and it did, because a lot of them is docket numbers and shit to the archives of where it's stored that digitally and shit, you feel me? And it led me right to those locations, and you feel me and shit. But you need credentials to actually review them and shit. But after every chapter, she dropped every source to back up her claims in each and every chapter, bro. This the type of information we need to be reading and shit, where we can, check the sources to make sure we ain't just out here taking people for face value and shit. You feel me?
Right. And my thing is this, like, as far as the civilization thing, like, I know they did a lot of trying to civilize these so-called Native Americans or Indians or whatever you want to call them. So like, where's their Christian churches at? Like, where is that at?
I mean, when you look at the Hispanic culture, they very religious, bro. Very religious. And you see it with our people too. And you see it with them too. A lot of them are Christians, bro, like heavy Christian in this
A
shit.
lot of the Native Americans are Christian.
Uh well, you know what? I'm not gonna say a lot, bro. But I do know them to practice religion and shit like that. But then you do have people, that say the Bible was bad or whatever. But you know, I mean, it's just give and take on a person. So I don't want to make a blanket statement like that without being able to back that up. But I'm saying that not only are these the descendants of them, but I'm saying that these are also the descendants of these Hispanic cultures as well too, minus the ones that mixed in with the real indigenous people and shit.
Okay.
Because we looking at the areas of New Spain and where a lot of the full documentation of the disembarks and shit is at. You feel me? And then we looking at the laws that is being passed. The laws that she was referencing to. You can easily Google them, and they'll pull up real quick for you and shit. You feel me? So everything that she's citing as sources, shit, is able to be, sourced for the most part. But the parts that ain't able to be in source, she's giving out the source that led her to those documentation. That's when, it's just certain information you need certain credentials to get and shit. Ain't no way around it and shit. Like, can't nobody get that shit.
Yeah,
But
I'll say, like, for the southeast woodland regions, um, I mean, we're known for the Bible Belt, but there's one thing that I realized that captivated my attention, man, just going over historical archives from Valdosta, Georgia, because like in Valdosta, Georgia, you have Valdosta State University. So remember, a lot of these colleges have historical archives, and they house the historical archives as well. They won't let people know this, but the last time that I was able to get on, I found an image from 1859 where the families were basically building the railroad track that leads to Highway 84. If anybody is from like South Georgia region, and you know Highway 84 going east and west, it'll take you like if you're going eastbound out to the eastern seaboard of Georgia, it's going to run you into Highway 95, you know, like the I-95. Like you're coming down 95, like going south and north. But there was a railroad track that ran all the way in, and the Satilla was the name of the train that they actually brought into Valdosta, Georgia. But what I'm trying to get you to understand is that like this railroad track um, prior to the Civil War was bringing in squatters. So you had people going out and people coming in, and a lot of these infantry troops or the color guards um, that was going in and out. Man, it gets ridiculous. But the one thing that I'll say is this: the reason why I'm bringing that up is what we got to do is try to figure out how to pinpoint outside of the whole um, um, the free Africans. Whenever you're looking at everything that happened up north with Absalom Jones, and then we start bringing that down south with the African society or the American colonization society, the one thing that you start finding out, there's like this plethora of different reverends that just start popping up out of nowhere, and no one really knows where they came from. The only thing that you see in the history books is like, oh, this reverend from Savannah, Georgia, this reverend from Savannah, Georgia, this reverend from Savannah, Georgia. But we knew Savannah, Georgia was a hub for port entry. But yet when you start looking into like different cities, you start seeing, well, this reverend that came in, oh, he was a slave, as they put it in their historical perspectives. Yet you don't know his history or where he came from. All you know is that the majority of these reverends came from the likeness of Savannah, and then they just got spread out amongst different county seats throughout like say a Georgia or parts of Florida or Alabama, and you have historical documentation on them, but you don't have a whole lot going into their whole family. It's like the family starts turning into a narrative where you start scratching your head using critical thinking. So I think that's like a lot of stuff that we got to start looking into, because I just came across some information that I'm trying to like, you know, do my analysis on, and whatever I find, trust me, I'm going to pass it to y'all and let y'all know like, hey, you know, I deep dived on it. Yeah, we got to look into this, man, because it's looking kind of fishy and screwy. So we might be on to something when it comes to this and how it aligns to who our family is over here and who our family is over there. Because the one thing that I can say is this: when it comes to Baptist church or Holiness church, Methodist church, you start seeing these windows where a lot of these people who were so-called freedmen started going to Liberia. And then you start seeing information, because I literally just started researching this today, and I got the information I got information where these people went over there and they came back. I kid you not. They went over to Liberia. I'm talking about late 1800s, yo, like 1871, 72. Went over to Liberia. Some of them were like 2 years old to 16 years old. Some of them were grown. Some of them could read and write. And we're talking about people of color being sent over to Liberia. And when they went over to Liberia, the majority of them died from malaria, and the rest of them died going through warring conflicts with the indigenous Africans over there. And about 85% of them came back. And some of the ones that I was looking at that came back to Lowndes County, when they came back, it was a wrap. You know, like their land, squatters had already taken it over. Like, I mean, you can't even make this up, yo. I got that information, but I'll put the links in the back end for y'all to look at them, yo. Cause I ain't even gonna lie to you. I got them, and I want y'all to be able to like research this stuff, yo.
Damn, bro.
What up with y'all? How y'all feeling?
Man, um,
Good,
I've
good.
been coming in so much information, man, and I gotta thank all you guys. You know what I'm saying, and also the sisters too. You know, the goddesses. You know, um, it's crazy we think about it, cause we vibrate on a whole different spectrum. Like we're not even on nobody's level. Nobody can touch us. Like it's weird when I think about it, but I try to not think about it too much. But we have something in us that is special as hell, and everyone wants to be just like us. Everybody. We the one with the long, beautiful hair, the beautiful long nails. Our women is curvy, but you know, it's weird because we don't want to be us, and I see it every day. But I love the fact that everyone is starting to awake. The ancestors is they're tapping in on so many levels. But I'm on back up and give up the mic, man. Y'all go ahead. I just wanted to, you know, it's time, and I see it happening. So thank you.
Hey, Truth. Hey, Truth.
Yeah, what's up, bro?
What up with you? Hey, I was gonna answer the brother question. He was asking what the Native American, what is their actual religion? Like, what do they believe?
Hey,
You
take
know,
over for me real quick because I'm on the phone, bro. You got it.
I got you. So so basically, like whoever brought them over, whether they're being subjugated by the Mormons, this is gonna be your 1800s, whether they're being subjugated by the Spaniards, they're going to each individual group is going to have a different like sect of religion. So I believe the Navajo, Tona Udom, they're going to be a little bit more Mormonized because they had heavy contact with the Mormons. A lot of them are being brought up from Acapulco after their arrival here from Asia, and they're being brought up through Mexico. And it's the Mormons who are basically digging these canals where I live at out in Arizona, New Mexico, and these places. And this is all coming from Colorado, the Colorado River. So these people are being used as basically the workforce, and um, they're being taken care of for the most part. They're side by side with the Mormons. They're getting taught Mormonism. They're getting taught Christianity. And one thing that I believe the brother was talking about, Absalom Jones. Absalom Jones is also he's been deified. He's a saint. This is very common with the Catholic religion, where once the Spaniards get all these Asians over here, they are actually elevating certain ones to being saints. In Tatiana Sejas's book, Asian Slaves in Colonial Mexico, and I have it right here. Um, she goes into I want to say chapter 7, she goes into one of the slave girls who was brought over, who she couldn't remember where she was from. She was talking about, okay, her name is Katarina of San Juan. Um, and she doesn't remember she doesn't remember where she's from exactly because she was snatched up off a beach, uh, allegedly in the Philippines. But again, she doesn't remember because she's so young, and the twists and the turns that the boats are taking, and also the multiple stops that they're making. So she doesn't remember exactly where she's from, but she's one of the very first Asian slaves over here. But she's easy to groom. So what they'll do is the Spaniards, they'll use her, uh, Katarina, they'll use her story and throw a little baking soda on it and be like, see, you talking about Saint Katarina, and you guys should be more like her. So they do that to basically, it's like deifying your people to kind of, give you a reason to want to be a part of whatever's going on. So I hope that answered a little bit as far as the religious background. Again, you're going to see Baptist churches on these reservations out here. You'll see Catholic churches. A lot of the ruins that you'll see out here, you're going to see Catholic churches not too far away from them. And again, so this is the religious aspect. But they are very much familiar with Minister Louis Farrakhan, and I learned that from I went to Sedona, Arizona, and the people that were there, same position, working inside of they were working inside of they're not on the reservation. There's a reservation close by, but they come to these ruins and they work there, and they work like keeping them clean and keeping the tourist areas clean and stuff like that. And I guess to some people who don't recognize the dynamic of this whole situation, it makes it look as if you're surrounded by the indigenous people of this place here. It makes it look as if like, oh wow, not only are we looking at their ancestors, but they're still here. But if you know what you're looking at, you'll know exactly like, okay, these aren't the original people here. These people are too big for these ruins. Um, so I hope that answers a little bit of stuff. But again, they know about Minister Louis Farrakhan. He actually was supposed to come out to, uh, I believe it was the Tono Udom, and he didn't make it. But Martin Luther King actually made it out to the reservation to speak to them before. So they are very much familiar with, different religious groups or different religious sects. I hope that made sense.
Yeah, most definitely. That made a lot of sense. Appreciate that.
Yeah, can everybody hear me?
Yeah, I
Mike.
can hear you.
Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, no, I was just typing in the chat, just letting everybody know that I put the links in the back. So like if y'all want to check out those links that I was talking about earlier, um, like you can check them out. And it'll pretty much kind of like break down a cycle of how you're finding where it talks about the same thing But see, the difference is I don't know if it does it on the West Coast side with everything that Truth was building on. You know, like when it comes to like the slave trade and how they was bringing everybody over. But on the Southeast Woodland side, what you will notice is when it comes to like historical narratives going into the 1800s, they always talk about how you have this phenomenal pastor who was influential and they taught the children. Like these people were the people who taught. And with those two links, you'll be able to see, like, one of the schools was called the Westminster School for Freedmen. And it's like, wait, what? But then when you start looking into it, you have to ask yourself, like, well, who were these individuals that knew enough education to be able to teach these so-called freedmen? So when it comes to everything that was going on the West Coast, I would like to know, you know, as we follow the chronology leading up to, and like, you know, brother was saying, when it comes to like the religion of the indigenous people, you know, like who was doing what and or who was leading what. You know, we know about the friars, we know about the Franciscans, we know about the Jesuits, we know about all these different people, especially when it comes to like Mexico. Like, I mean, you know, that's
Right.
yeah, like we know.
Hey,
You
let
know,
me
in
let me tell you
California.
something. Tashawn, come back. My bad. I didn't see you back there at first and shit. Sorry about that, man. Uh, you feel me? So you know, please come back so I can let you on. My bad. I didn't see you back there. Shout out to the Smokers Lounge in the building too. I ain't mean to cut your spiel about that, bro. I just didn't want to go past too far without saying that.
Oh no, no, you good, Truth. That's what I was trying to break down because you know, like in the South, we had what was called Spanish missions because a portion of a mainland Southeast Woodland regions, a lot of people don't know why it's so ancient and so known and prevalent is because areas in the South, you know, is no different than areas in the West because you got areas in the South known as Santo Domingo de Talaje that people don't even know about to this day. That's present day Darien County, Georgia, which is McIntosh County now. You got Santa Clara de Tupiqui, you know, and then you're looking at the Tupinamba,
Right.
indigenous people in Brazil, but yet here you have Santa Clara de Tupiqui, and then you got Buenaventura, you got Guadalquivir, you got like all of these different areas that make up the islands, the sea islands of Georgia, going down the whole Geechee corridor in the middle of the Carolinas and Jacksonville. And then on the West Coast, I know they got Spanish missions over there. So I
Right.
know it has to have some similar ties, but I know it's not the same, but I know it probably has that similar fraction into, okay, how can we maneuver these people on this side and these people on this side to kind of make this history, you know, like unravel and unfold where it's not
Well,
telling two different stories, but here we are in the age of information, breaking it down. And it's like, nah, yeah, these are two
what they
different.
was doing, right,
Mm-hmm.
was these conquistadors was starting wars when it won no war, and then the friar come in and pacify them and shit. You feel me? And tell them what they want to hear and everything. And you still see that shit with our people to this day. You know, man,
Right,
David, you know,
right.
shout out to David Taylor for sending that over to me. I'm still getting into that. But
Shout
you
out David.
see how these religious figures played these roles and shit. Now, you know, from some literature of it, you know, it seemed like some maybe was genuine when they seen what was going on, but for the most part, a lot of them was using that to their advantage to get these cities that they built up for them to come live in. Now, why you don't see uh that right there as far as the United States, especially with east of the Mississippi River, is because when you go back into the literature and Navarres and with DeSoto and all of them boys, you feel me? Like, you know, we was warned with they ass at GP. You feel me? Like on GP on site. You know, some was cool, but you know, it was a 50-50 or 60-40 situation that as soon as they disembark, motherfuckers was gonna be on their ass or motherfuckers was gonna be cool. You feel me? So, but down in that way, you feel me, they use uh, you know, friendship and then eventually attacked and shit like that. From what I read from Bartholomew's letters and shit, literature from that Mayan site that the brother sent me and shit. But to get past that, you can see the cultural connections between the South Americas, the islands, and also North Americas. Because even with the description of the Cahokia, even though they destroyed it, it's still structured in a way similar to a Mayan city or Aztec city or Inca Olmec, with the step pyramids and the bigger pyramids and the smaller pyramids, motherfuckers living in whatever you call it and shit in those structures, you see the cultural connection with them in this shit. You feel me? It is all about migration and who culture lines up the most and shit. And I don't know, man. One of y'all got it, man. It's all good. I got the I'm high.
Well, to piggyback off of what you're saying as far as the connection, that's kind of what I noticed is we have this thing like when you start really digging into American Indians, the culture, connections. There's once you get to Texas, there's a massive cutoff. The only time that they will even, and I saw this from American Heiress, I believe her name is. Just started looking at her channel, and she was showing how all of the Native American groups they have these people when they in Mexico, and then New Mexico, and then California, and then all the way up into Canada. It connects them tremendously, but when it gets to the Cotton Belt, there's no connection. They start playing I don't know, and I don't see any connection and things like that. But I'm working on that now, man. I actually found something a little bit interesting concerning a group of people in Mexico called the Chichimecas. The Chichimecas, their biggest claim to fame is they have a silver mine in the middle of Mexico. It's like directly in the middle. The Chichimecas are also a massive problem for Spaniards and Asians or Native Americans alike. They're not really trying to hear none of it. They're not trying to be taught nothing. They can care less about everybody's financial situation and whatnot because they have their own shit going on. And a lot of their information, Chichimecas, is going to be 1400s, 1500s, 1552 is where I'm at right now with the Chichimecas, because they have the silver mine. The Spaniards are exchanging the silver from the Chichimecas in Mexico and sending it over to Asia, in return getting goods and things like that, slaves and whatnot. So the Chichimecas put up a fight. I believe their war is about a 60, no, I want to say 45-year war in Mexico. But then the ending of it, you don't really get anything from it. When I looked into the Chichimecas and their connection to the Tamiqua or Tamiqua people, they're going to be in Florida. There is a connection between those two people. And then the Tamiqua branch off, to me, just in my opinion, it looks like they branch off into a group called the Chichamagua, the Chichamagua people. And they're going to be still in Florida, North Carolina, all the way over to Tennessee. I'm working right now on a book that I found online concerning the Tamiqua language. And they're already showing that this Tamiqua language was spoken not only in Georgia, Alabama, but they're saying that it's heavily Choctaw related. The language is heavily Choctaw related.
It is
So,
Choctaw.
Yeah.
Florida, East Florida is actually like that whole Gulf system that they call the Gulf of Mexico. The
mhm,
Gulf of Mexico, the Ochabian, that's actually the Gulf of Chata. That's the Chata Sea. the Choctaw Sea stretched from East Florida or West Florida all the way to East Florida. And the reason why it stretched from West Florida to East Florida is because when you get to East Florida, you're going to run into what is called the Suwannee. The Suwannee River, there's only certain ways you can take it up unless you know the different river systems or the hidden river systems, because either you're going to take it down or you're going to try and see if you can take it up, or you're going to be fighting currents. So what you realize is that when you're coming out of Georgia, which was East Florida, that's why it be making me scratch my head when people say, "Oh, the Temuqua was in Florida." I'm like, well, Georgia is Florida. That's East Florida,
Right.
East Florida. So you have what is called the Okefenokee Swamp. So whenever it came to fighting a guerrilla style warfare, that's what our ancestors were good at. They knew how to take it to the swamps. They didn't have to come out in the open where they're using these heavy gunfire and stuff like that, or the cannon fodder. Bring that ass into the woods, into the swamps, and try and use it in there. You can't use it that good.
That's
You
how they
gotta
fall
know the
off the
terrain.
soda.
Yeah. And once you realize that our ancestors understood the river systems, and you had the songs talking about how they're not going to study war no more and being down by the riverside, that's what they was talking about, because the Okefenokee Swamp runs you into the Suwannee River. The Suwannee River runs you into the Gulf of the Choctaw Sea. The Choctaw Sea will take you up the mouth of the Mississippi, or you could port into Mobile, Alabama, or you could go to Louisiana and holler at your family there, or you could just follow that turtle route and go on down into the conjoining islands, or come all the way back around and do a surprise attack, because
And motherfucker,
people ain't know about that.
and you can touch into Central America, the Yucatan and shit. All that
Exactly.
connection.
Everything was
And,
just all in there. Yeah.
to stay over in that area,
Veracruz.
right? You
Yep.
feel me? Especially with what the brother was talking about. You know, the reason why you won't find them east of the Mississippi River, and then in certain parts of the western part of the Mississippi River is because those wasn't areas that was up under control of New Spain. So the areas that you find
Yeah, the
New
French
Spain
from
was
the
in
inside.
control of, that you find New Spain was in control of, these would be the areas where you see them heavily populated the most. And the fact of the matter is, we got to also take this into consideration. You feel me? Uh, you know, when the United States hit their manifest destiny to the West, they took over the West from the Spaniard. So anything that was up under the Spaniard rule, you feel me, got absorbed into the American Empire. You feel me? And everything in the Mexican American War also got absorbed into the American Empire. Now, who was these people that got absorbed into the American Empire and shit? Now you got a group of people that's calling themselves Indians because they've been technically legally classified as Indians by New Spain. And you know, in my opinion, when America's government got out there, realized that shit, the motherfucker was like light bulb. Here go the motherfucking problem. Here go our Indian. Here go the solution to our Indian problem. These the Indians. These niggas free. I mean, that might be a big speculation, but shit. If I'm having an issue with a group of people and I want to get rid of them, but I can't because I want their land, you feel me? You know, not to mention we trying to assimilate them through religion, you know, to basically give up their fucking land. You feel me? And then I find some Indians that don't look like them that I can kneel and deal with and shit. But you know, that's speculation and shit. But at the end of the day, the areas where these people was at would be all New Spain territory. So all this shit was going on in Spanish America. So you got to take into consideration also the northern portions Spanish America. She was just dealing with, the archives in that region. Who's to say what archives they had in the regions for the northern areas as well too? Uh, y'all got the mic, my bad.
Nah, you good. I mean that pretty much just um, you know, sums it up because I mean when you look at the French and that whole, like the Mississippi River, um, and then you look at Spain on the other side of Mexico, not realizing that you had Spain on this side too, it almost makes you scratch your head like, how did you not know that you have forces here while you were over here doing what you were doing on this side in the Philippines with King Felipe? Like, like a lot of stuff, it doesn't make sense, but then it starts to make sense whenever you start looking at the chronology of it. That's why I'm glad we have the bills that we do, and I'm thankful, bro, truth, that you were able to come and like bless us with the information that you gathered when it came to like the whole West, when it came to like that trade and everything that was going on, because it kind of solidifies what we see on this side and what was going on in the middle. So we have a left side, a right side, and a middle. And we're able to piece everything together because we all have family that's predicated upon all of these different points of singularity. And you can't even find a center of gravity because we are every fucking where. How can you create a center of gravity amongst people who've been everywhere? That's the one thing that I take away from that, and I digress.
Hey, you know what, bro? Um, it's kind of what I was saying earlier about energy, man. We different, man. No human being on this earth is like us. Everybody wants to be us. Nobody want to be African. I ain't trying to be funny, but everybody want to be us, man. We know it, and they know it. I know that to say it, it hurts some people's feelings, but everybody want to be us. And I sit back and I think about it all the time. I'm like, damn, man, like, when we ever gonna have something to ourselves? We never do. We never do. Everybody always wants to take our shit. But I digress.
I mean, that's just the power of we, you know. I mean, the strength in numbers. I mean, the frequency and the power of us just coming together in the age of information. We got a chance to try and lay our burdens down, as our ancestors used to say, and just bring enough positive energy to the forefront to build the fort, to build the star fort. I mean, we can build our own frequency fort, but it just starts with us. We just have to start making sure that we're in the proper frequency where we're working with people who got our best interests. We're working on solutions while we're still having the chance to come on platforms like Truth, Big AP, Ab TV, like the Chief Holidays, meeting up with the matriarchs and being able to break bread with them and just sit back and listen for a change instead of just trying to always rah 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 rah. Just being able to listen to the premonition of, like the mother goddesses, you know, give us their energy. Like these are the type of things that we need. These are the things that help us break bread and bring the proper balance. And I'm telling you, man, it's up to us. We just have to find, you know, that part inside of us to just be willing to be humble enough to do what we got to do and see what it is that we can bring to the table that's worth a skill set to build the next block. Outside of anything else, you know, we're just seeing a whole lot of information operations, psychological operations, a lot of things that's just tearing us down and pulling us back into that stronghold and that strong force that they want us to stay a part of. We're trying to bring ourselves up out of that. And I feel like the more, like we're able to have, uncomfortable conversations, and the more we're able to allow the matriarch to speak and say their piece, the more we're able to build a balance. We'll be balanced enough to take on anything, man. And I digress on that because as far as like history, trust me, man, I think we got that lock and key. Can't nobody break us right now. That chain locked.
Yeah, man. It's just really just man, we just showing the culture, man. That's it, man. Pointing out the cultural connections, showing the culture. You feel me? That's it. When we dealing with it based on logic, common sense, and the information that is presented to us, and what can we take as face value evidence, documented evidence, uh, proven literature sources, and and work from the parameters of that level.
Yeah, we definitely can do that. Cause I mean, I ain't even gonna lie. I mean, I do be commenting a lot. I need to, control myself. But the only reason why I've been a little MIA and behind the scenes, I'll let y'all know real quick. I'm in the process of moving through different contracts, so I'm about to get a new job soon. So um, with this new job, um, depending on how everything go, I'll be working like a swing shift. So I'll be able to catch a lot of those morning bills with big AP, and I'll be able to hopefully catch like the tail end, of the matriarch bills, like on my ride home. So it's almost like the frequency is just working, is magic in the right direction, and plus making more money ain't a bad thing neither. But yeah, man, when you dealing with contracts and contract work, yeah, man. I mean, it's a beautiful thing, but outside of everything else, I just feel like the flow is coming along. I haven't seen a whole lot of animosity on my end, but when it do come to just knowing what's going on, like even in today's arena, you know, policing and the shootings and every other
Right.
week, like things like that. Not to change everything up, but just
No, you
you know,
good,
just
bro.
just looking at, just life, in its whole expectancy. That's not the expectancy that I expect to see when it comes to we or us as a people. You know, just to be gunned down like that, or just to have to deal with seeing something like that, or just go through the whole social media, IOs, psyops, I mean, however you want to put it. But yeah, man, I mean, it's a lot, but I just want y'all to just stay positive, stay focused, and always tell yourself, no negative energy shall prosper. Like if anything else you don't tell yourself, just always tell yourself, no negative energy shall prosper, and keep a positive focus.
For shit show.
Positive focus.
Hey, I want to share something else with y'all. You know, man, like I say, man, you know, we just dealing with the culture, man. You know, we sharing cultural connections, you know, man, and things of that nature. Cause it's all about the culture and migration. You feel me? That's gonna lead you to what it really is and shit. You feel me? So this is fair use coming up out of Penn State University by Dr. Sam Richardson, dealing with race and culture. Uh, this is come from his fourth class, August 31st, dealing with race and culture. So let's get into some race and culture. All right, let's get into some race and culture real quick.
Who's Native American?
Fair use one more again. Fair
Native
use.
American.
Yeah, once again, this is for educational purpose, fair use only for educational purposes. The Native American and Asian comparison.
Everybody, just I want you to pair up on this slide, and who's Native American? Just pair up with someone sitting next to you. It's not a trick question, by the way. Only one. What'd you say?
I said B.
B? You said B? What'd you say? C? Yeah? Did you say B? C? You said C? Damn, dude.
I can't really see A that well, but I guess from the other ones, I'd say B.
You'd say B? Okay, well, the answer is A, by the way. The others, did anybody say A? All right, good. So the others are Siberian, so we're going to come to this. All right, let's do the next one. Which one's of Native American ancestry and which one is of Han Chinese ancestry? And the Han ethnic group is the dominant ethnic group in China.
I'm going to say that the one on the right is the Han Chinese ancestry, but I'm not too sure.
The one on the right is Han? What do you say, bro? What did you come to?
Left Native American.
Left Native American?
Right.
Is that what you say? The right is Chinese? Yeah? What's that? The top one is Native American? Okay, so listen. Yeah, it's a real subtle difference, right? Is that what you said?
The top one is Chinese.
Top one is Chinese?
Yeah.
Dude, killing it. All right, but you're wrong. The top one is Native American. So, all right, go to the next slide. Okay. Asian or European? European or American, bro?
European.
European?
Yeah.
Dude, European or American?
American?
European?
Asian?
I mean, European or Asian?
Asian.
Yeah? Dude, what do you got? Come on, man. The two of you got to have it now. What do you say?
I think he's Asian.
You think he's Asian?
I have no idea.
Yeah? Bro.
I think he's European.
Think he's European? Bro, how about you?
It's definitely European.
Yeah? All right, so here's the deal. You ready? Can you go back to the map? Let me show you something. So, no, the map, the one I think it's like slide three or something maybe. Yeah, slide 3. Yeah, okay, so here. Check this out. So here's the map of human migration patterns. So notice how coming out of Asia here and out of China, northern China, so the Mongolia up around here. So people migrate this way. Okay. We're getting new evidence, by the way, of the migration pattern that people actually came across the channels. It's quite fascinating. Stuff is changing a lot, but here's the idea. Genes come this way. Well, how did genes change? The people that stop here and the people that go here, they're the same. They're not any different genetically speaking. As you start to come down this way, you start to see very different things. But indigenous peoples of the Americas, right, look a lot like people in this area of the world. But notice, right, how it comes this way. But so Siberian, in the 3 of those slides are from those photos are people right here, and 1 is people right here. So 1 is American, got it? 1 is Asian / but it's really kind of European because they're Russian, because Mongolia and Siberia is part of Russia, and they're really Siberian. And Russia is a European country, and so you could argue that all those folks are European because they're Russian. Got it? You see how, like, the complexity of this? So, but what are they really? And how are they any different? Their DNA is exactly the same. And then we come down here and we have this Native American woman.
Y'all heard that? Y'all heard that? Just this last part. Let's get a replay.
What are they really? And how are they any different? Their DNA is exactly the same.
Their DNA is exactly the same. Let's keep it going, though.
And then we come down here and we have this Native American woman here from this area who looks a lot like somebody from over here that you couldn't really tell the difference because the genes just followed. So I remember I spent a lot of time, I lived in Ecuador for quite a while. I was doing my doctoral research there, and I would spend time in the mountains. I studied this one particular region. It's a province called Azuay in the south central part of Ecuador. And I was going into communities where they had never seen white people in some of the communities. They were indigenous communities, and it was like, except priests who were of European ancestry, but they never had visitors, right? And this is actually a true story. So I spent a lot of time with priests and nuns and, a whole bunch, learned a lot about the Catholic Church, that a lot of times Catholics don't want to know a lot of things that you learn from the inside, but it's all good. And I would go into these communities. Now the priests Catholicism has sort of conquered them, right? And imposed Christianity on them, the indigenous peoples. And they would show all the images of Jesus. And the images of Jesus are of a white guy with long hair and a beard. And I had long hair and I had a beard at the time. And so I imagine the priests for generations and generations have been saying, Jesucristo está viniendo otra vez. So Jesus is coming again. Jesus is coming. He's coming. He's coming. And in comes this guy on a horseback with the priest with long brown hair and a beard, and people going up to the priest and saying, Padrecito, está él? ¿Es él? It's him? Is that him? Is that Jesus?
We can stop this, right? We can stop this, right? So, I'm in a reinforcement mode. You feel me? Hold on one second, y'all. Hold on one second. All right, so I'm in reinforcement mode on my statement. The culture will always find itself, right? Now we know that Clovis is a theory. It ain't been proven. Now, but these people do have a DNA comparison with these people. But then we also found out from the top biologists that all these people share a common ancestor and they're related, but the ones in North America claiming to be Native American DNA actually compares more to the tribes up out of Japan, where Portugal was heavy in snatching and trade motherfucking slaves. So, like I say, I want to reinforce recent migrations so that we can start dealing with, connecting this shit at a much sooner issue, because they're not even the descendants of the older migration. You feel me? They're they're the descendants of a more recent migration, in my opinion. And that we have evidence that says, to back that shit up. So just give me 1 second. Let me pull this up real quick. Boom. All right, bear with me. Bear with me. Bear with me. There we go. There we go. And let's get right back to it. What is this about, right?
Getting stronger together starts here. And as the COVID vaccine rolls out, we're now ready to administer.
We'll mute that. But let's read what this say. How this Mexican city celebrate its Filipino roots.
Award-winning dance group Barangal are familiar to Filipinos and those of Filipino heritage, but not for this audience. Here, in the Municipal Palace of Colima, Mexico, a cultural program like this serves as a textbook come to life.
Antes de este momento, todo había quedado a nivel de documentación, a nivel de archivos. Tenemos un archivo histórico del municipio que da cuenta de algunas primeras presencias de comunidad filipina en esta región, en Colima en particular. Pero bueno, que el evento de hoy sirvió, como todos pudimos darnos cuenta, para que los niños pues se dieron cuenta de toda la riqueza que como país tiene Filipinas.
For years, Omar Suarez Aizar and his fellow Colimenses have heard of Filipinos, Filipino culture, and the shared history between the Philippines and Mexico due to the Manila Galleon trade, the first global system of commerce that lasted from 1565 to 1815.
Once again, fair use, educational purpose only. But another thing is, I told y'all, this was a 300-year trade. Not my words, the words of the documentation and scholars. Let's continue.
This centuries-long trade resulted in much more than an exchange of goods, but also cultural, linguistic, and gastronomic similarities.
Here in Colima, a lot of us are aware that what is a very traditional beverage for us that we call tuba is an inheritance that we have from the Filipinos. Because when the Spanish arrived here, there were not coconut trees here. Some of the Filipinos that came to Colima in that ship that was doing the journey from the Philippines to Acapulco, they arrived here to the Colima area, and they were the ones who taught us how to get the sap of the coconut tree.
This program highlighting Philippine dance and culture may be a first at Colima City Hall, but it doesn't seem to be the last, with young students seeing and learning firsthand the shared stories of Mexico and the Philippines.
So once again, people, once again, family, hold on 1 second. Let me drop this. All right, once again. You feel me? Culture never leaves. As you can see, down there, they embrace it. You feel me? They embrace their culture. And, once again, I didn't lie about, the extent of how far this trade actually go. You feel me? Hold on, excuse me 1 second. All right. Now let's look at how far north this this shipwreck happened. This trade actually go. Because we looking at it like, oh, this just Mexico City, you feel me, south of the border. We're talking about the connection with the motherfuckers north of the border. So let's see how far this trade go. You feel me? Let me share this one more time. Fair use, educational purposes only. Uh, you feel me? The San Augustine shipwreck, a brief history of the Manila Galleon. Let's get into a brief history of the shipwreck. All right, let's read this. In November, um, in November 1595, a Spanish galleon named San Augustine, which is the name of the ship. So there go your source. You can look that up. Sank in the waters off Point Reyes, California. It is the oldest known shipwreck on the U.S. West Coast. Let's let it continue. Oh man, y'all motherfuckers doing too much. Now just get to the shit, man. Get no fuck about no music. God damn, man. These niggas got almost like half the videos in credits. Here we go.
These were extremely valuable ships. They considered them the great treasure ships of the world in either direction, whether they were carrying silver in one direction or whether they were carrying the luxury goods of the Orient in the other. The Manila galleon trade in the early days consisted of 2 or 3 ships a year going across the Pacific and coming back. Eventually, it became only one ship, one much larger ship, each year, upon which the entire Spanish Pacific trade depended. This was a luxury trade. The Europeans from the Middle Ages on, or even from the Roman period, wanted the luxury goods of Asia, the silks, the spices. This is what drove it in the beginning. Columbus was going to go out there and find China, find Japan, and find the really high value goods that would be worth carrying across these vast ocean distances. The trade was driven in 2 directions. The Spaniards were fortunate to find huge amounts of silver in the New World. One tends to think of the gold of the Aztecs and the Incas, but that was a momentary phenomenon. The real driver of world trade was the Spanish silver found in Mexico and in Upper Peru, what is now Bolivia, a place called Potosi. That was needed by China. It was one of the very few things the Chinese wanted from the rest of the world, and the Spaniards had it in great quantities. It wasn't until the Spaniards took Manila in 1571 and established contacts with Chinese traders directly that they were able to establish the trade we think of as the Manila galleon trade. The first ships sailed from Manila with a Chinese cargo in 1572. They were driven back by storms. The same ships made it the following year to Acapulco, and that firmly established the trade. And that continued until 1815, when New World and many world changes finally stopped the trade. That's a long time. That is an incredibly long time.
Hold on. Let's run that back. Tell them again, OG. Let's let the OG scholar tell him what do you think about that trade, since somebody said that won a dent yesterday.
When New World and many world changes finally stopped the trade, that's a long time. That is an incredibly long time for a single trade to be carried on in the same terms, silver going west and the Oriental luxuries coming east.
And we know one of the major Oriental luxuries coming east was motherfucking slaves. All right, we can stop that. I thought I said stop, motherfucker. All right. All right. So, once again, this was a long established trade. Now, they didn't get into the detail of these Oriental luxuries, but the book did. We went in to find out, how was the Portuguese and the Dutch was known as the biggest slave traders. Where was it coming from? Where was they shipping it to? Where was exaggerated from? But we gonna get into one more, you feel me, just to reinforce this shit about the cultural connections. The cultural connections, you feel me? I'm gonna let people bring forward their information that they got based off of this shit. Cause we ain't the only ones that look into it. It's just people ain't never looked into it from the perspective with other backing evidence and sources to show the picture that we painting is a little bit more complex than the bullshit they giving, right? So it's called how the how the Philippines helped colonize America, history of Filipino Americas in Alaska, Hawaii, and more. All right. Oh, I ain't even sharing. Let me get this back up. So let's go on ahead and get back to the cultural connections because it's about the culture. It's about the culture, fam. Nothing else. All right, now they playing games. They don't want to let a nigga motherfucker take this shit off mute. Hold on one second. Come on, man. Stop playing with me, dog. All right, give me 1 second, man. They playing games, man. They won't even let me take this motherfucker off mute, man. Hold on, give me 1 second. All right, there we go. There we go. All right, here we go.
Body of water known to man lie two nations with deeply entrenched relations, having influenced each other for centuries despite being located in separate continents, yet only recently has this relation begun to have been explored. The countries of the Philippines and the United States may seem like a rather one-sided dynamic, with the U.S. having a military presence in the island chain for over a century now, but the two countries have shared a long and complicated history, and although most people are well aware of the large Filipino community in the U.S. state of Hawaii, there are also other Filipino communities in other parts of America, including places as unexpected as...
Y'all see this image? Are y'all seeing this? Y'all see this image? Let's keep going.
Alaska or Louisiana.
Y'all see the names? Mahal, Kula, Mahal, Kula, Kayamange. Come on, man. Come talk to me about no goddamn language, son. The fuck you doing taking up for motherfucking foreigners, folk, fam? Let's go.
In this video, we're going to discuss the history of the Filipino Americans and their modern descendants in many parts of the country. But first, let's go over a brief history of the country and just how in the world the Filipinos contributed to early American society. Before we begin, we need to get a good grasp at just what exactly the term Filipino entails. Filipino is used to describe any of the ethnic groups local to the Philippines, but this does by absolutely no means entail a homogeneous ethnic group, and similarly, the Filipino language is merely the standardized dialect of Tagalog, which is currently the largest spoken language in the island chain. The Philippines, along with the rest of Southeast Asia, was originally inhabited by a stocky, dark-skinned people known as the Negritos by Filipinos today, and migrants from East Asia mixed with the population to create...
Look at the Mayans. Look at the modern Mayans. Let's keep going.
Modern Southeast Asians, and the Filipino population today is of primarily Austronesian origin, descended from the migrants from the island of Taiwan to the north around 2,000 years ago. Because of the fragmented nature of the Philippine archipelago, there are over 100 languages spoken in the islands today, and they're divided into many different cultures, including many from outside the region of Southeast Asia. The nation...
What the fuck? They petty as hell, man. They really acting up on the kid, man. They really acting up on the kid, man. It's all good, man. It's all good. Now let's look at this. Mount Pulo, Polililo, Manila, Mindario, Masturbate, Samar, Subic, Negroes. Like, hey, man, we gotta put all this shit into perspective, man.
Divided into many different cultures, including many from outside the region of Southeast Asia. The nations of China and Japan have had relations with the Philippines stretching back over 1,000 years, with Chinese sailors exploring and settling along the northern coast of the Philippines since as early as the 10th century AD, trading with the locals and marrying into the native population, and they still exist in the country to this day as an important cog in Filipino business, culture, and society as a whole. Arab and Malay traders coming from other parts of the Malay archipelago spread Islam to the southern islands of the modern-day Philippines, as the religion had already spread throughout the rest of maritime Southeast Asia and was quickly encroaching north into Mindanao until the arrival of European explorer Ferdinand Magellan, whose approach brought about the first wave of colonialism in the islands and completely halted the further expansion of Islam in the Philippines. The Philippines were one of Spain's most important overseas territories and their sole colony in Asia. And although the distance between the islands and the mainland of New Spain and the Americas...
Let's stop right there. There we go. This is what I'm talking about. These are the areas where you see them at. Now, this right here was given to the French. So not too much in here, but especially along in here, up through here, and up in here, then eventually up in here. So let's pay attention. And actually, this is in 1810, so they lost some. So they actually lost this right here because this was a part of it as well. So I just noticed that with the 1810. You feel me? Because this shade mean English territory now. All of this is English territory now. You feel me? So let's keep going.
The Pacific was quite considerable. There were tentative ties between the two. In addition to a small number of settlers from Spain, colonists from the New World also settled in the island chain during Spain's nearly 4-century-long rule, including Criollos and Mestizos from Mexico and other areas of New...
Y'all see that? Y'all see that?
Criollos and Mestizos from Mexico and other areas of New Spain. Intermarriage between Spaniards, natives of the Philippines, and Chinese Filipinos resulted in new racial classes to fit into the colonial caste system of race.
Y'all see it? Let's keep going.
Racial hierarchy, with European-born whites on top, followed by those of partial European descent, Chinese Filipinos, Filipinos of full-blooded Austronesian descent, and on the bottom, those of indigenous Negrito descent. The reason many Filipinos have Spanish surnames today is because of a decree by Narciso Claveria in 1849, which converted many Filipino names. So not all Filipinos with Spanish names have any Spanish ancestry.
Y'all see that? Let's keep going.
Because of racial intermixing in the past and present day in the Philippines, it's unknown how many Filipinos have full.
Y'all see that? Let's keep going.
Or partial descent from these waves of Chinese or Spanish immigration, although
Let's keep going.
it's most likely over 10% for each, although those of pure Chinese or Spanish ancestry is relatively low, at around only 1% of the population. This migration was not one way, however, as Filipino sailors, merchants, and soldiers sailed across the Pacific to New Spain, especially Mexico, where there are an estimated 200,000 people of Filipino.
Y'all see that? Keep telling y'all, man, it's a lot of new races.
Ancestry today, the most of any Latin American country. However, Filipinos found their way to other parts of New Spain as well. Filipinos were
take that back. Let's listen.
Pacific to New Spain, especially Mexico, where there are an estimated 200,000 people of Filipino ancestry today, the most of any Latin American country. However, Filipinos found their way to other parts of New Spain as well. Filipinos were some of the first non-native pioneers of the American Southwest, believe it or not. Well, in a way, at least, as Filipino sailors from Mexico.
Now, let's take this back a second, right? Right? Because we know that these people was released as Indians and out of bondage. So where did they go?
Filipinos found their way to other parts of New Spain as well. Filipinos were some of the first non-native pioneers of the American Southwest, believe it or not. Well, in a way, at least, as Filipino sailors from Mexico traveled along the Baja Peninsula and made it as far north as San Luis Obispo County in Southern California, although this was merely a scouting party and not looking for any permanent settlement in the region. One other area of the modern United States that had been traversed by Filipinos a bit before the Anglo-Americans was in Louisiana, which was actually a part of Spain at the time, known as Spanish Louisiana, and a small settlement was founded in the southeast part of the state by Filipinos in 1763. This community was known as St. Malo and was only a small village of no more than a few hundred, with the Filipino men marrying native.
Some bullshit.
Natives or local women of African or Cajun descent, but this was largely segregated from surrounding European settlements up until Louisiana's incorporation into the United States in 1803. Other towns founded by Filipinos in southern Louisiana include Manila Village in Jefferson Parish, named, of course, after the city of Manila in the Philippines, and local Filipinos in the area were often referred to as Manila men or Tagalas, and perhaps half a dozen other Filipino towns existed in the state up until the 20th century, when multiple hurricanes destroyed the bulk of these towns in the region. It is known that many of these Filipinos participated in many wars in the United States during the 1800s, as many resisted the British invasion of Louisiana during the War of 1812, and some even fought for the Confederacy during the American Civil War. It is completely unknown how many descendants of these Manila men are still located in the region today, as no full-blooded Filipinos remain, with most of the survivors of said hurricanes locating to New Orleans or other large cities.
Are these your pictures of your Native Americans? Let's keep going.
In Louisiana. Even though these communities have largely disappeared and only exist as monuments and exhibits to a population that once was, their legacy is still present in certain aspects of Cajun cuisine and culture. However, by far the most well-known community of Filipinos would have to be in the U.S. state of Hawaii, which was actually annexed as a territory right around the time of the Spanish-American War, a conflict which resulted in the remainder of the
Let's back it up just a second. Pay attention to these pictures, right? Look at this. This should say Cuba, Puerto Rico, Hawaii, and something else. Now look at the Indian in the back. All Negroes.
Of Filipinos would have to be in the U.S. state of Hawaii, which was actually annexed as a territory right around the time of the Spanish-American War, a conflict which resulted in the remainder of the Spanish Empire.
Look at it. Look at it.
In the Americas and Asia, trading hands to the Americans. With the Philippines being an external U.S. territory, Filipinos had much greater
Y'all see it?
Migrating to the mainland of the United States, and were not subject to the same harsh immigration restrictions set upon other Asian immigrants, meaning that Filipinos were excluded from the Chinese Exclusion Act of 1882 and the Immigration Act or Asian Exclusion Act of 1924. Many Filipinos came to work on the sugarcane plantations of Hawaii in the early 20th century, competing with Puerto Ricans, poor white and black immigrants from the mainland, and Polynesians in Hawaii, who belonged to the same Austronesian language family as the Filipinos. Many of these Filipino Hawaiians served in the U.S. Army during World War II, although Filipino immigration to Hawaii slowed down after 1946, when the Philippines gained independence and Filipinos were no longer allowed free movement to the United States. Though once again, the stream would open up with the Immigration and Nationality Act of 1965. Filipinos today have overtaken the Japanese as the largest nationality in Hawaii, where 200,000 people, or over 14% of the population, claims origin from one of the many ethnic groups of the Philippines. Although when including those of partial Filipino heritage, this number jumps to over a quarter of the population. Pretty much the last place anyone would expect to find a Filipino enclave in the United States, or anywhere for that matter, would be in the north, somewhere cold, desolate, and sparsely populated. However, the state of Alaska has one of the richest histories of anywhere in the U.S. for Filipinos, with Filipino fur trappers and traders exploring the shores of Alaska in 1788, almost a century before the annexation by the United States. Filipino contractors known as Alaskaros worked on many projects in and around Alaska, including the Alaska Gold Rush, fishermen, and the Trans-Pacific Communications Cable attaching Alaska to the mainland at the start of the 20th century, although once again major immigration didn't pick up until around the 1960s. Today, over 4% of Alaska's population is of Filipino descent, and although this may not sound like a lot in some areas such as the Aleutian Islands, Filipinos are the largest ethnic group, making up a plurality of the population in the settlements of King Cove and the city of Kodiak at 1/3, and making up over 40% of Akutan in the East Aleutians. In addition to these historic Filipino communities on the fringes of the United States, significant numbers exist elsewhere, especially near the west coast of the country like California, Nevada, and Washington state. The San Francisco Bay Area has a particularly large Filipino population, making up over a quarter of the population in cities such as American Canyon and Vallejo, while making up over 1/3 of Daly City, and 3 out of the 4 Daly City Council members are Filipino descent. Located directly south of San Francisco and with a population of over 100,000 people, Daly City is certainly no small town and has been dubbed the Pinoy capital of the United States. Although the current community of Filipino Americans, numbering 4 million people, may seem like a relatively recent arrival to the United States, and many are, it is astonishing just how connected they are with many areas of the country, ranging from Louisiana, California, Alaska, or Hawaii. This circle has definitely left its mark on America and, in a way, paved the way for other settlers on the fringes of the country. Please let me know your thoughts on these historic Filipino American communities. And just a quick announcement before I end the video. The official Mesa Man census for 2017 is up, and so far almost 2,000 people have participated, which is really incredible. But I think we can get it to at least a 5% participation rate from my subscribers, which would be around 3,500 people.
All right, all right, all right, all right. All right. Man, culture is a motherfucker, ain't it? Man, it's a motherfucker.
Yes, sir. It's amazing how culture works, man. And people don't even pay attention to it to even see.
Phenotype shit.
Mm-hmm.
That phenotype of motherfucker. And the fucked up part about it is that you got people south of the border still celebrating the fact. You feel me? So
Yeah. I mean,
ain't no,
it even stretched all the way to the other side. That's what's amazing about this right here. You breaking this down shows how it even stretches going into the Choctaw Sea, going into East Florida.
you
East
know
Florida.
what they show though the most though
Yeah, man.
is that these people ain't stupid. They know what the fuck they doing.
Exactly.
The ones that's doing it.
And they know. And
Cause they
it's
just set up
crazy.
a meeting. They just set up a meeting with the motherfuckers in Siberia. They bet in conglomeration. That's what I'm saying, bro. So it's like they know because at the end of the day, right? I don't see the ancient structures in America in those places where they migrated from. South, maybe in the southern region, but not in the Siberian region. You feel me? And not on the level that it
That's
is with the
facts.
mules and everything. And
Nah, you right. That's facts.
we got these recent migrations and shit. That was great. I had to have the white man say it, like how great that trade and how long it was. Like motherfuckers don't understand how long and great that was. Manila Galeon wasn't a ship; it was a fucking shipping company with tons
Right.
of ships moving under that flag.
Corporation.
But what about private ships that pirate ships that didn't move under that banner?
How many of those pirate ships they control? Because as a corporation, I'm pretty sure they control a lot of those pirate ships, and those pirate ships were probably
That's under
working
the
as
table money.
mercenaries.
Under the table money.
Yeah, as mercenaries, because that's where you get your front companies. Like today, when people don't look at how corporations are ran today, you have your corporation. You might have, you say like your strong corporation up here. Up under that, you might have your minor corporation. Your minor corporation is trying to break even with the strong corporation, but guess what happens? How can they break even? They might have to get their hands dirty. How do they get their hands dirty? Let me see how I can get my money over here on the side. And
Man,
bang.
let me ask a question to the chat, right? Give me some fire emojis if you saw part one of original America versus Native American culture. Give me some fire emojis if y'all seen the first one. And y'all thought that was lit. Let me see what y'all think real quick. If you
Most that's
see
in
the
here,
first, if you
yeah,
see the first,
they definitely should have seen the first. Yeah.
yeah, if you see the first one, and you thought that was lit. Give me some fire, bro. Right. All right. Cool. Cool. Now, one thing that we know, right, is that usually a part two or part three, they never be as good as the first ones. So now I want to ask y'all to throw some twos in the chat if part two match up with the first one. I want to know if this was a good comeback album to part one.
You already know my Siskel and Evil vote.
Yo,
It don't get no better, man. It can only get better. It
we gonna
can't
get
get
a
no
part
worse.
three in this motherfucker soon. I just gotta come with the right shit. I'll be, don't get it twisted. Sometimes I'll be trying to get into a double back on something, but then the information come out wrong, then I get lost. You feel me? And forgot where I was coming from. But then when I sit back and just really focus and pay attention,
Man, that's just you in analysis mode, man. Don't be discouraged.
yeah, you feel me? Like, yeah, man, because it's one thing to prove who we is, but we gotta still with the issue of who they is.
Yeah.
They here. They here.
Mm-hmm.
In every aspect and tool they try to use to attach they shit, that's what we got to attack at. We got to attack the migration pattern of them trying to say that they was the first ones. Well, if you were the first ones, then you have to deal with the fact of these structures that date back way before y'all migration.
Exactly.
Two, two, you feel me? Is it really physically possible for a small population of people that made that migration to be able to stretch down, expand as far like that, is populate as much like that, and then build these structures in literally a matter of 100 years?
I mean,
That's not physically a possible. Matter of fact, they can't even allegedly repopulate what was killed off.
and on top of that, you gotta also think about everything coming from the Asiatic and the Oceanic. Are we looking at, you know, giants, or are we looking at people who are 5'6", 5'7", coming over here trying to move boulders to build structures? And who is teaching these people how to build these structures?
Look, bro, I'm gonna keep it G, bro. They can have a whole squad full of shacks, bro. And they not building that shit that fast, bro. According to the timelines
Thank
of
you.
the evidence and dating of this shit. You feel me? It,
That's what it
it's
boiled
it's
down to.
it's not fucking happening. And if it
The
can be
chronology.
done, why can't they do it now? You feel me?
It
On
has to
some G shit.
match.
But
Everything
we
has to match. Yep, you're
But you
right.
got to get them at what they at. You feel me? It's like, okay, we can deal with who we is and what we at, but the argument is it's still they here. So who are you? We got to show that, okay, y'all deal with it based on the migration story, the genetics. You
We
feel me?
see people
All
on
that,
land
and
drunk.
it take you back.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, we see people on land drunk, doing this, doing that. There's no building, there's no infrastructure, but yet we see what our people built, which turned into the same red line of what
and
they
to
built.
show that we still have that up
The
in us.
ability, yeah.
It is well known that America, as it is
And we
known
can still
today,
build.
was built up by us.
And we can still
So
build.
right,
Yeah.
we've just been hindered from it. But look,
Mm-hmm.
the same to show the connection of great builders, the very people, us, our ancestors, is the ones that is credited with building up the country as it is today. So even after they
Exactly.
destroyed it, we rebuilt it,
Right.
right?
And we can
And
rebuild it.
cultivated it and did all the agriculture. So it's
Mm-hmm.
like That's what I hit at in part one with the agriculture and all that and the sports and everything with these ancient cultures. See, that's what all ties down to. Like I say, with this DNA, who are you testing? Okay. So when they made the connection between them and these other people, that let you know they're testing people in those areas right now as we speak. So
Right.
and they have a connection. The only difference is that only one group of these people is claiming to be original Americans. All the rest of them is letting it be known where they're from. They're still there. They contest to their heritage and their cultural connection to those lands and
Right.
etc. And the spiritual system that follows with it. You feel me? But out of all of them, you got one that say no. Now you got some that made a migration to the America in the cold area, you feel me, that also contest to making that migration, but they don't speak about their people spreading southward into this big mass migration of population. Now you have a second recent migration into these areas of where they're known to be populated at, because I'm just saying
Right.
well, they was in the southeast, the Midwest, the Northeast. You feel me? You would still see at least some resemblance of them today. And if you do, they was recently put there somewhere within the past 50 years under the premise that they was them people and they put them in some allocated land. But you have not seen no remnants of just a motherfucker walking down the street that look like them in these areas. You only see them in certain areas, and they also resemble a new racial group of people that is classified as Hispanics that come from that area as well too, that still celebrate their roots as you see in that town.
Mm-hmm.
Now they have a resemblance with them, you feel me? You know,
That's why you can see them stage pictures, like even
it's
when you
too
go back
many
1800s. Yeah.
when you put them in a bubble. It's too many points that is connecting them with other people from the Southeast Asian area and also connecting them with people that has a connection with the Americas through a specific more modern trade.
Mm-hmm.
You feel me? So
Yeah.
man, I don't know, man. Man, it's like, okay, well, so who are these ancient Americans then?
It's
Who
the one thing that I noticed when I was researching. I'll put it like this: I came across something that was called a inward outward coastwise manifest, and I've shared this in the hangouts many times. And with this manifest, the one thing that you find is the same thing that like you've been sharing, but I'm seeing it from a Western standpoint. But on the Eastern standpoint, the thing that I was seeing was it wasn't even like 400, 500 people or like 160 people put or packed like sardines or and all this other crazy crap. All you're seeing is about 10 to 15 people leaving Charlestown, South Carolina, going to Savannah. Or you'll see an inward outward coastwise manifest where it was probably like 22 people leaving Savannah, Georgia, going to Mobile, Alabama. Then from Mobile, Alabama, going to Louisiana. You'll see this happening from the 1800s going into like the 1850s. That's why it was important to me to look into that, because I'm like, okay, if this was happening from this time frame, how the hell is it that you got these people coming here and you got a whole railroad system going 84 east into Georgia, where you have Valdosta and you have the 103rd, what they call like the colored guard of Company G, that went in around 1865. And I'm like, well, how the hell did they get in? And then I thought about it. I'm like, oh, they had to they caught the train in. So you start to realize it was a whole lot of reconstruction happening before the reconstruction happened.
Yeah, I got your link up if you want me to share that for you. Which one you want me to share first? Because you talking about that right now.
You can share the first link, and you can share the second link, and you can also share it in the chat for everybody too. But I just wanted people to see that, like,
All right,
I
the
still got my
first one.
alarms going on. You see that right there? You see what it say? Liberia. You see what it say? Like Liberia, Lowndes County immigration, right?
Mm-hmm. I was reading it while you was talking just a second ago. To talk about a group of Negroes from that area.
Yeah, that's literally the link right there. You see what it say? It's 112 black men and women and children immigrated from Lowndes County, Georgia, to Liberia in 1871 to 1872, just 7 years after the Civil War. This is after the Civil War. I don't think people are really paying attention to like what's really going on, because if I was to show you the newspaper article, which I'm trying to find right now, but I can't because I got to go to the Library of Congress to be able to pull it up, because it's like real blurry on my phone and I can't really show you what it looks like. But I wish that I could like pull it up so that you could see it. But this link right here, it lists all the different names of the people. Like if you keep scrolling, you will see what I'm talking about. You see, like if anybody has that surname right there, you know, Bracewell or Braswell, it's interchangeable, you know, with the surname. But you can see, and you can see you can see who could read or write, who's the farmers, the name. Like these are whole families. I want y'all to understand these are whole families. These are whole copper colored families that had land, that left their
458.
land to go to Liberia after the Civil
458.
War in Lowndes County. Look at this. Whole names. And show you the church, Baptist church. Now you're getting into the Methodist. You see? Millers. You got Millers. These are people leaving their lands. Can't make this up. When did you see this? They didn't teach you this in school.
This name is in my family right here, heavy.
They did
My
not teach you
grandma
this
and
in
my
school.
uncle. And this right here.
You got Clement. Look at the ages. 2. These are people who were dying from malaria, dying from conflicts, warring with other indigenous Africans in the Liberia region. And then you have to ask yourself, how did Liberia become to be Liberia? The American Colonization Society
look at the
sending
look at the
all of
document.
these people over. Like if you scroll
Here,
back up,
here,
that was
here, and
what
then
I
here.
shared on my IG. Like when you scroll back up, like that right there is like, come on, y'all. Like these are the type of things that, you know, you got to think about. That's Laura Yerby. She was 16 years old, 1872. 1872, when she went to Liberia. But she came back from Liberia to Lowndes County. Lowndes County, Georgia, Valdosta, Georgia. That's her. That's her image. Real image of her as an elder person. She came back. because she knew that wasn't her home. And then if you look at the other link, it's pretty much doing the same thing. But I just wanted people to understand that there are links on these collegiate websites that allow you to see a whole lot of information that you don't think that you're privy to see. You just have to know, once you get your degrees, if you didn't get your degree, even if your children have a degree or a family member, yo, that's how that works. You get to see all of that information. And
That's
trust me,
crazy. And you
that
know,
type of information right there is golden,
I told
because a lot of people don't have that information. That's the
hey
type of information you need whenever you're doing your genealogy.
hey bro.
Because when I was on, Ab TV, IG channel, like, man, if I could have shared that right there, knowing that nobody never seen that before, them Pam Boo Boos would have been quiet. But I don't even want to get into that. All I'm saying is this: do your genealogy, know who you are, know your consanguinity, because that type of information right there, what Truth just shared, just that little snippet, that little bit, that's coming from museums, and that's coming from universities, and that's coming from information that you won't find in a whole lot of places unless you just really researching and know what the hell you're researching for. But that
Hey,
was for me to show you that in South Georgia, you had people in the late 1800s went to Liberia, brought their ass back home.
hey,
People were dying from malaria, and they were fighting with Africans over there.
hey, I
And they
told
knew
somebody that
them
shit.
people was not them. And you got all these people telling them, like, oh, no, that's you, that's you. Nope. They witnessed it. They came back home, told their family, nope, that's not you. This is us. This is who you are. But then you got other people trying to tell you, oh, they don't know what they're talking about. This is us. This is us. This is us. Okay. Here's a witness. Here's information. Tell me what you think of that information, so I can turn around and tell you how a whole family, we're talking about a whole family that had land, that was looking at colored people laying amongst trees that was dead because squatters was killing them left and right. And when I say squatters, I'm talking about mobs of people. It's one thing to fight one person, but when you're fighting 10, 15 people, yeah,
Hey, can you hear me,
that's
Leo?
different.
Yo.
Laying amongst trees.
Hey, can you
This
hear
is
me?
a newspaper article. And
Yo.
that's when the American Colonization Society came down and did what they did. That's
Yo.
why I was sharing those links, just to show you all of this led into not only families going through that, but they were going through the Reconstruction period too, with like the whole peonage system and all these other different laws. So trust me when I tell you, you don't know what it's like. And I was born in Valdosta, Georgia, and Valdosta, Georgia is the home of the Valdosta Wildcats, the most winningest Southern high school football.
Hey, check the back, bro.
This is what you had to go through.
Hey,
And I rest my
check. Hey, check the back. Check the back. Sound check. Hey, check your. Hey, fix your mic, bro. Hey, let's see. Like it's glitching. All right, I don't know. Can he? Hey, can you hear me, bro? Hello, hello. Yo, yo. Yo, yo. Uh now what the brother had brought up and shit, right? That was some shit that I told not only dude yesterday, but a couple of Pan Africans about that. I'm like, man, bro. I asked him the simple question. I'm like, how old is the vegetation on the west coast of Africa? And then I tell him, nah, I want to make sure. Can you hear me? But yeah, no, I think your mic had glitch and then pop you out. But now, I had told some Pan Africans, and I had told who else was that? I told dude yesterday, right? They was talking about culture with the west coast of Africa and with us. And I asked him, is he aware of a recent migration to that motherfucker? Do you know how old the vegetation is in that motherfucker? It's not that old. The reason why you find some cultures that resemble ours up over there throughout all regions of the Americas is because you had niggas from Canada, the United States, the Caribbeans, Central America, and South America migrating over there. Uh, you feel me? Now we heard everything you said, Lil Yos. It was you couldn't hear me. I was trying to ask you a question about something you had said. I think your mic was glitching where it wouldn't let you hear me. But it was a recent migration, and that's why you find all them cultures within the Negro community throughout the Americas because we migrated over there. Brother had just brought up some good sources about that, and that was something else I told him. I was like, not only was they dying within 10 years because it wasn't nothing over there, disease, and they was warned with the indigenous Africans, and you can still see resemblance of that shit today playing out along the west coast of Africa. You feel me? So we know that is bullshit. They don't want to deal with that. They want to try to litigate. They want to try to litigate the numbers that it ain't that many. Then we gotta ask them, okay, well, is all of the peoples in the west coast of Africa practicing the same cultural customs? And the answer would be no. It's too damn diverse on the west coast of Africa. They do not all practice the same cultural things. And as a matter of fact, a lot of those ethnic wars is cultural wars about the fact that somebody don't fucking belong there. Let's keep it G. No, then they like to talk about the Dogon. I don't see no niggas over here practicing Dogon shit. Now, if you want to talk about shamans, nigga, it's shamans everywhere. They got shamans in Asia, Europe, the Americas. So, nigga, that ain't nothing new, nigga. But when it comes to voodoo, right? Voodoo, right? It's only certain. Now they'll give you a whole highlighted of the western part of Africa, but it's only certain areas where they actually have people that practice voodoo over there. And the fact of the matter is, it's not prevalent in modern times, but if we go back just like 70 years, you see that this cultural thing, and not only if you go back 100 years, you see this cultural spiritual practice being found that in multiple locations of the Americas, Canada, certain parts of the North, heavily in the South, especially around the Gulf region, down in the islands real heavy, down in South America real heavy, and also in parts of Central America. So, let's be G about this shit. You find more locations of that shit being practiced in here in Americas than you do in Africa. So you mean to tell me the mother country is smaller than the children or some shit. You feel me? Shit don't make no motherfucking sense, man. It don't make, man. It's just asking real questions to this shit. Real questions. Why don't they have a real oral tradition? The most rich oral tradition people is spewing a story that they've been told in literature. What happened to that rich oral tradition they have? What's good, bro?
Yeah, mic check, mic check.
Yeah, you good. We heard you, bro. You just couldn't hear me. Like sometimes that's the shit that be on, bro. Like it glitch out and you can't hear a certain person and shit. So you don't even hear them talking and shit. Like that
It all,
shit be bullshit.
yeah, man. It almost felt like they didn't want me to, like speak on that because that ain't never been seen before. I ain't never seen nobody share that before, and I'm just thankful to be able to share that with you. Um,
Yeah,
and
I did a build on that before, bro.
what's up?
I did a build on that, bro, on the cultural connection between the Americas and West Coast of Africa and how
Oh yeah,
it
yeah,
was
yeah,
actually given and reversing shit. You feel me? And
yeah.
how the United States Navy was on the west coast of Africa in 1816, right? Now
Mm-hmm.
this supposed to be a time doing slavery in the motherfucking Atlantic, but instead they was over there looking for location to send niggas there, and they actually forced an indigenous African at gunpoint and gave his ass booze and some other bullshit to let
To
them come
establish
there.
that land.
You
Yeah.
feel me? But Sierra Leone was already established in 1787. So,
Mm-hmm. Through
it's
the
an
Greek.
untold
Yeah.
number. It's an untold number of people that was forced over there more than, besides the documented ones.
Mm-hmm.
It's also people that was forced over there that is undocumented. And, people was trying to run away and escape to Sierra Leone and shit.
Yeah.
And not to mention the term Liberia. You can't look at it today because some of these people migrated all the way as far south as areas in Nigeria. Not on top of that, you got a region not too right over there in the west coast and shit more in the interior that's called the Congo. But the first time that this name was used was well before this country was established as the Congo. They had a group of people that they called the Congo, the Conga people. Now these people were descendants of the American niggas. This was a
Just in a
term that they
different region.
called them
Yep.
the
Just in a different
Conga.
region. Yeah.
Yeah,
In a
so
different region. But what I
so
would what I was showing with that was just to show how you had a group of people from a more recent time frame
mhm.
going into reconstruction that went through that same ulterior motive that they didn't even know what was going on, but yet here you have people in the 1870s. uh I haven't looked to see exactly how many people it was, but from 1871 to 1872, at least we know from where I was born at in Valdosta, Georgia, these are the group of people that you had that was shipped to Liberia, that and the majority of them made their way back home. You also had a story like
Some
when you
of
look
them
at
are,
that link.
some of them was still going doing this,
Yeah.
doing leading up into the Civil War and doing the
Hmm.
Civil War,
Yeah,
and you had stories of people, people being put in monuments. That's that shit with
yeah.
this and all that, and being promised to be let out of it if they agree to go to
To
Africa
go. Hmm.
to go. So they had to sign and agree to go, and
And
this is
that's
what
a
I'm saying.
whole, and as you can see, like when you saw that list, it was a whole, you see how big that family was? That was a
Mhm.
whole plant. Think
That
about it.
was a whole
That was a whole
family. That's
plant.
a
Yeah,
whole
that was a
plantation.
whole, that was a whole
458.
plantation. That, yep, yep, that was a whole plantation of a family who had to sit there and watch family member after family member. Every time they go out in town, there see a family member lying by a tree where they just got a squatter, because man, you can't make this up. And you try to get people to understand these things, but it's like, look.
Hey, that's the gem in that series. Them.
Mm-hmm.
You feel me? You remember the lady came out of motherfucking nowhere with a bunch of inbred ass sons and shit and
Yeah.
attacked them and killed the baby and shit. It was basically like some squatter shit. Like where the fuck did
Mm-hmm.
they come from? They came up on our farm while Pops and the other girls was in town.
And that's why I told you it was gonna make you ball your fist up while you rolling one up. You're gonna be like, man, I'm trying to roll, but I'm balling my fist up. Why am I balling my fist up? Because that one scene, you know, that whole cat and oh, man, don't
Yeah,
do that.
yeah, man.
Yeah,
Like, and you
yeah.
know, that's some real shit, bro.
Mm-hmm.
They was sending squatters
Squatters.
by our lands and shit to start ruckus and shit and keep up bullshit, bro. Even to the point where it was some negotiation done to relinquish some to get them to
Yeah.
stop.
To
You
get them to
feel
stop. Yep. And
to
you
get
telling the
them to
truth.
stop.
You telling the
Like
truth.
real talk.
And
So they was
Mississippi
using
was
all type
first.
of tactics. You gotta understand that was after a war. You know, ammunition low, motherfucking, you feel me? Shit, niggas is dead on all sides. You know,
Yeah.
shit, somebody won.
That's why they sent in the colored troops, because of ap- put it like this: in 1865, they sent in the 103rd colored troops from Company G. Company G went into Valdosta, Georgia, because they knew that was going to happen. But it was only so many different areas that they could, like protect.
Yeah, and that's some big ass. That's a lot of fucking land to cover, man.
Yeah, yeah. And imagine trying to do that throughout the whole southeast land regions, stretching all the way to Mississippi.
Shit, even
You can't
past
even do that.
Mississippi, shit into Texas.
Texas. Oh man, that you lost when you get to Texas. It's a done deal, because by the time you get to Texas, they sending these troops in to sundown towns. They're sending these troops in, the squatters who are so deep in there that by the time you get there, it's like people don't even know what family these people belong to if they end up dead. These are the type of things that you were dealing with, but
It's more sundown towns in the Midwest than anywhere.
your Midwest is like real bad.
Yeah,
Like
it's a
down
lot.
south, yeah, down south, you don't got to worry about that because, well, yeah, like trust me, the Tissalagi, the Seminoles, the Yamasees, the Choctaw, like they took care of that. Like when it comes to like Georgia, Florida, but like Midwest, you right, bro. Like if you go to the wrong town, you don't even realize it's still sundown towns. You go missing there, ain't nobody gonna know. I mean,
Yeah.
the military could go in there and won't nobody know.
I remember when I was in school, shit, it was a town called Anna. That bitch was spelled Anna. And everybody knew it stood for ain't no niggas allowed. Everybody knew.
Mm-hmm.
Black, white, foreigner. Everybody knew, bro. Like it was a sundown town. There was a lot of them. Shit,
Yeah.
more metropolitan. When you start moving through like little towns like Pulaski and shit like that, and
Yeah, man.
Cairo, and them
Yeah,
little
man.
towns outside of
Mm-hmm.
Cairo, and Cairo a little town, bro. Them bitches sundown towns,
We
man.
got a Cairo, Georgia. I know what you're talking about. And
Yeah,
them
bro.
names are synonymous. Mhm.
A lot of them little border towns with Southern Illinois and Missouri and shit. A lot of them little towns up in there and shit too, man. And then they have a lot of little towns that's heavily populated by niggas.
Right.
Like
Right.
real shit. Like heavily populated by niggas. A lot of little towns in these areas that heavily populated by niggas. And then you got sundown towns close by and shit. You feel me? I mean, shit, even out there by Kankakee and shit, man.
Yeah.
The Klan used to come up there to the job court and shit. What motherfuckers in job court at? That's not even too far from Chicago and shit. They be calling
Yeah.
us, telling us to come up there and shit. You feel me? Like,
Mhm.
Like, that shit crazy. Like, so, and a lot of people don't know that a lot of time when them incidents was happening down in the Carolinas and Georgia with them coming in and marching and all that other shit and that bullshit was popping off when niggas was fighting, a lot of them people really be from the Midwest, especially Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, then Illinois and Indiana, but especially Ohio. A lot of them motherfuckers be coming up out of Ohio, bro. And Ohio got a lot of fucking sundown towns. It's real, bro. You feel
And
me?
notice they're always around the Midwest region where you have a heavy population of indigenous people, copper colored people. But with those links, bro, like I said, like when you get a chance, man, just yeah, just share them with other people too that can look into it. But the only reason why I wanted to share them two links with you is because I wanted to show that this shit happened in the area, in a region where my family was at. Like the matriarch always go over land and stuff like that. In that region of Lowndes County, that region is a base down there called Moody Air Force Base. And my father used to tell me when he grew up, as far as the eye could see, it was just land with people that look just like us. And like when you talk about agricultural land and stuff like that, he was like as far as the eyes could see. And when he would like talk about it, when we just riding and stuff like that, he's showing me, and then I'm looking at like this fenced in, do not cross, dangerous. And knowing that Moody Air Force Base now, like they be put like bombs, like I used to wake up in the morning because they're dropping bombs, bro, on the land. That's how much land Moody Air Force Base got. You talking about like F-15s and like jets flying and guns being sprayed, bombs being dropped. Like they're doing like targeting analysis and whatever you want to call it on
Some
the
straight
military side.
farm
Yeah,
type shit.
exactly. And we're
My
talking about like foreign, like people from like Afghanistan and different other countries coming over, and they're learning how to fly these planes. Where my family sharecrop. This is South Georgia, Valdosta, Lowndes County. We're just talking Moody Air Force Base, and my pops telling me how, like my uh, little cousin, his grandfather owned like 200 or something odd acres of land. Now, mind you, I don't know if he sold the land or what he did with the land, but I'm just letting you know, family had land out the yin yang. Shit is crazy, yo. Shit is
yeah.
crazy.
Like
And
I always tell people, if you want to know how they played, some of the shit they did to play us out that land, man.
military got that land.
Just learn land trust laws,
Mm-hmm.
uh, with trustees, and also this history of these squatters and shit. You feel me? And
Oh
also
yeah.
the history of them pitting us against each other and shit, coming in as the mediator and and et cetera and shit. You feel me? Like
Oh,
that shit go hand in hand and shit.
oh, trust me, it's a lot of that happened. I ain't even gonna lie to you. That's why um on my IG I was sharing all of those images showing you like 1859. This is your ancestors building the railroad system. The railroad system going eastbound, westbound into Valdosta. Valdosta is literally putting you into Timucua land. Timucua is your Timucuan. So that's what I'm trying to show people is like you're literally building into Timucua land, but yet 84 was already a path and a trail for the ancestors who always came out, enjoyed the sunny breeze, and then just made their way along back home to the home team. Now, when you look at these um railroad tracks, they run you all the way into Valdosta. So you had Satija, um, that was the first rail train system or a rail that came in. But you also had Clinch County in between, which is Homerville, Georgia, which was one of the first rail stops. So that was like one of those rail stops for the squatters. So when the squatters came in, it was like, oh man, you already knew the drill. However, the one thing that I'm bringing up out of that is this: it wasn't just squatters that came in. You had the reverends and you had other people that was coming from Savannah that looked like you. And these are the things that I was saying, like in every other build that I would get on, and I try to share this information with everybody. I'm gonna share it one more time, and I want y'all to pay attention to this. Just take heed to it. My grandmother always told me this: there are people that look just like you that are not of you, but they are not of your blood, but they married into the family. My grandmother,
Negritos, bro. You seen them Negritos?
yeah, my grandmother always knew who the people were that looked just like us, that were not us. Because you can tell, like me and you just talking right now, like we know this is us.
Oh
But you would know if one of your cousins are just a tad bit different.
Just
Like
like
I
my
know
buddy.
I know a lot of my cousins are a tad bit different. Like I ain't
Hey,
even gonna lie to
just like my buddy up out of Australia, right? That be tuning in with me and shit. He
you.
be jumping up from time to time. And he a cool brother. Now, when I first seen through, I thought he was just red motherfucker. But when I'm listening to him talk, even with the accent, I still knew it was a difference, bro.
Yeah.
You feel me? I just knew. You feel me? Uh, but it's all good. Hey, but man, I don't mean to cut it and shit, man. But we running on 4 hours, man. I gotta let this dog out. This dog keep whining.
Yeah, I keep hearing little man whine. And I was about to ask like if he need to use the bathrooms.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Man, it was a powerful build too, man. I'm definitely gonna look into trying to do like a part 3. And man,
You
we
got the
gonna,
power to do a part 3. Trust me. Like this right here, you laid the foundation with a lot of information. And I think you do have a foundation to do a part 3. This definitely deserves a part 3, bro.
I've been telling people from day one, bro. Like, ain't too many people been dealing with that West Coast the proper way, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Man. Like, I'm hoping that a motherfucker go out and find something that shit that I didn't see. You feel me? Man, that's what it's about, man. It's about,
Yeah,
just
trust me,
walking
they
that line.
can't. They can't. The only thing we can do is take the information that you gave us and just research up on that and then see if we could take it a little further. But right now, yo, you got the juice on the West Coast, bro. I ain't even gonna lie, yo, you got the juice, bro. Yeah,
Appreciate that,
yeah,
man.
yeah. You
Yeah,
definitely got.
nah, man. We got the juice shit. Cause this for
I mean,
us.
we got the juice,
Oh
but
God.
you got the juice as far as presenting the information. I'll put it like that. As far as presenting the information, you got the juice, bro. I give that to you because nobody has been talking about that. Anybody else is just coming off of, and we'll know. Trust me, we'll know.
I get you on some G shit. I appreciate that, man. For shit. So I definitely appreciate that, bro.
Yeah,
Man, shit.
gotta
Well,
give respect where respect due, man. That's the homage we pay while we're just trapped in this frequency and harnessing this frequency and just taking it to the next level, man. We each one teach one, but at the same time, you keep teaching us on that West Coast knowledge, man, and that's a done deal, and we respect you for it
man,
because
wait till I start really getting tapped
yeah,
in. I'm finna start tapping into the sources that she been dropping in that book. I'm still getting the grasp of the book and shit. You feel me? But I'm gonna start, digging into them sources, and I'm telling you, man. Whew,
Yeah.
I think I want to. I read a lot of the book, but I ain't finished it. And
Yeah.
I want to at least finish the book before I just start jumping
Mhm.
straight into the other sources and shit like that. You feel me? So once I finish reading the book, then I start getting into the other sources because a lot of them slave stories and these wars between Portugal and Dutch. I'm starting to see in the timelines, and it's actually documentation of them being in a whole nother area than the west coast of Africa. You feel me?
Yeah.
So, even if they did get some Africans, they was mainly from like the East Coast and shit. You
Yeah.
know, so I gotta start getting into those sources as far as dealing with the East Indies Portugal Company and the Dutch East Indies Company, until they actual documented activities. I don't want to deal with no speculation. I want to deal with straight documents so
Straight
that way
document. Yeah.
it's like, hey man, you can't come telling me about no shit what nobody said. You gotta come showing me some shit that got some stamp approval, proof behind that shit that can back that shit up, and how many scholars back they shit up, or at least back up the evidence they
They
present and
produce.
shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure, man. That's what it's about, man. It's like, man,
Yeah.
man, my
Same with me.
got a saying, bro. Man, nigga, fuck what you feel. What can you prove?
Yeah, that's what that's what it boiled down to. Cause in the court of law, what can you prove? It's all about what
Real
you can
shit.
prove. You know,
And
and
ignorance ain't
even
no
me.
excuse of the law, nigga. You come with some ignorant shit, I'm gonna beat that shit. It's just all about who you is on how I'm gonna handle it. If I'm gonna be
Hmm.
respectful about it,
Yeah.
or for really just beat that shit the fuck up. Like, cause man, I ain't gonna lie, bro. Man, like, man, fuck all that. Like, man, it's cool for us to just be talking about shit and about, what we done heard, what kind of like everybody done heard, or things you might have heard ever. But then some of that shit sometimes, bro, people say some straight outlandish ass shit and
Yeah.
expect us to take this. Like, nah, fuck that, fam, man. I know, man,
Face
we can
value.
talk,
Yeah.
but you gonna have to prove that shit, bro. Where the fuck you get that information from?
Right.
Like you can't, I can't just sit here and let you say no statement like that and not be able to prove that shit. Cause if I know I'm gonna say something off the wall, like what I'm saying right now, or what I think of what these populations is, then I have to bring some evidence to show that shit. Cause that's kind of an outlandish ass statement to be bringing
Right.
into the perspective. So it gotta be something. And I always been telling people that even though they share common ancestors, these people are not the descendant of these so-called Siberian land bridge people and shit. They just share a common ancestor. You feel me? So
Yeah.
they came by way of another migration route because I stood on that from what I seen in that Viking history and how they spoke of the
Hmm.
Inuits and the indigenous population interaction. They wouldn't allow them to come south without being attacked. And the Vikings, you feel me? Like a lot of people don't know, they just think Vinland and Greenland, but they went, it's evidence of them all the way as far as Minnesota, bro.
Yeah. The whole Vinland saga.
Yeah, and so it's evidence of them
Yeah.
traveling, like actual artifacts that back up that they went as far as Minnesota, and some believe as far as to the other side of the world. You
Right.
feel me? I mean, the other side from coast to coast. I mean, it's not hard to believe if you got evidence of it stretching as far as Minnesota, and these are all artifacts that's hundreds of years before Columbus and shit. You feel me? The whole
Right.
Columbus theory and shit. So if they telling you that they seen the Inuits here, but it was a different group of people that wouldn't allow them to come south, then who was these other people? And they was letting you know that everybody else in the interior to the south was the resemblance of the indigenous people they came across. You feel me? So,
Right.
now I got this whole other avenue to back this shit up because
Yeah.
even genetically, it say that they are more commonly ancestrally connected to Japan, and it's evidence showing Portugal. In Japan, they was calling it Goa. You feel me? Heavily in there.
See,
So
that's what I'm saying. Like that's the information right there. Yeah, just hold on to it. Keep doing the research, and when it's time, just release it when you feel like you got enough, like deep dive analysis. And I'll do the same thing on my end, man. I'll just keep, like plugging away. But
So
yeah, like I said, man, I'll let you go ahead and end it and get on it and do what you got to do. And
yeah, you
like
keep
I
hearing
said, man,
in the
I definitely
background and
enjoyed
shit
this.
too, huh?
What's up?
I say you keep hearing the ass in the background and shit, man.
Yeah, yeah, man. So I'll let you go ahead and end it on. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, like I said, I know part 3 gonna be epic, man. I'm pretty sure a lot of people gonna have their information, and hopefully they got some information that they can bring to the table after you know put your lecture together. But outside of that, man, trust me, yeah, we got it locked and key. We got it locked
Oh,
and key.
yeah, for sure. So, man, yeah, I appreciate that, bro. Like, yeah, man, you know, everybody coming with it, man. You
Yeah,
know, man, we gonna beat their ass up at all angles and shit, man. You
yeah.
feel me?
Told you
Yeah,
I'm back in. So yeah,
hell yeah. Shout out to Al TV too, man. Who be sending me little links and shit as far as that DNA debunking shit go and shit too. You feel me?
oh
And you know,
yeah,
man, I be talking, I be talking to the bros the mouth, and you know, we be just talking about using just really just logic to debunk this shit. We don't even talk about sources. We like, okay, we can get the sources to deal with, but let's just deal with the logic. Like, man, you can use the
yeah.
logic to debunk a lot of this shit. It just don't
Hmm.
make sense. You know, if it don't make dollars, it don't make sense, nigga.
That's
You
true.
feel me?
That's true.
But
That's true.
yeah, we gonna go on here and end this one out, man. Shut this one down. Man, I appreciate you coming up. I appreciate the other two brothers that
Already,
came.
bro.
Uh, salute to y'all, man. Salute to everybody that tapped in. Man, we're gonna go on ahead and ride this one out, man. Y'all be safe out there, man. Peace, man. I appreciate y'all, man.
Yeah,
Part 3 in the making. Best believe.
100. Yes.
So, peace.
Bless up.
Blessing, blessing.